Yeah, it's Good morning, everyone. I hope that you can hear me well. On behalf of the conference committee, we are thrilled to welcome you to the second day of the International Conference on Photography and Education at the European Cultural Center. The initiative started last year in collaboration with Blurring the Lines, a platform for fostering talent and networking in visual culture that receives the precious support of Paris College of Art, Urbanautica Institute, Photodoc, and our host, the European Cultural Center. I hope that many of you attended some of the panels yesterday. It was an excellent opportunity to listen to fresh and committed points of view about visual culture beyond geographical borders and educational systems. I was particularly impressed by the engagement of younger generations on ethical and sustainable issues and how photography has been a powerful tool for language, to use some of the adjectives that were used yesterday, for social change. I want to take this opportunity to thank our partners, the speakers and panelists, the conference team, and the audience for coming in large number despite the current challenging circumstances. We had over 100 participants yesterday, and we hope that today's lineup interests many more. What a year, 2020. I'm not going back to what happened to us, right? But as an educator, I feel today more than ever profoundly concerned with what we call education. I see the urgency in fostering and promoting any model of education to make a better world. For this reason, the conference committee decided on photography and education, formal, non-formal, and informal as the conference theme for 2020. We hope that this conference content will encourage many of you to feel committed and grateful for education in a more general context. Photography education has come a long way over the years. Photography evolved from science to art in a century of existence, providing its artistic merit over great debates about its technicity, communication, transformation potential. From the real to the virtual, new uses of the medium have quickly emerged. Multiple ups and downs accompany them, blurring of the boundaries between information, advertising, artistic creation and production, the regulation of markets, industrial and economic logics, which makes the productions of amateurs and professionals a profound change in the field. In today's world, where we are overconnected, subject to a contact flux of images, photography seems to be an alternative, an attractive medium, and a necessary field to discuss the features, advantages, limitations, and interrelations of education. Photography can develop many skills and capacities, of course, stimulating self-reflection, critical thinking, promoting creativity and personal sensitivity, social cohesion through collective reflection of society issues. It encourages also tolerance and defends humanism values in order to foster citizen expressions. With that perspective, the visions, the provocations, and the stimuli that come from students and scholars represent an essential source for understanding the complexity of the world we live in. Please allow me to do a short detour through history. The 1960s was a period of high growth for both the economy and education worldwide. There was an emerging analysis of what was seen as a world educational crisis. For instance, in the United States, education policy became a passionate debate topic during the decade for two primary reasons. The first one, it was closely related to one of the decade's prime social movements, the fight for Black Americans' equal rights. And secondly, the government refused to offer funds to private and parochial schools. Many countries in the world were finding very difficult at the same time, politically and economically, to pay for formal education expansion. Around the same time, the UNESCO moved toward lifelong education and notions of learning society, culminating with what we call the 1972 report entitled Learning to be the World of Education Today and Tomorrow, that actually put forward the learning society concept. The UNESCO state members were asked to reorganize their educational structures on two fundamental premises. The first one, all agencies become providers of education. And the second one, all citizens be engaged in learning, taking full advantage of the opportunities provided by the learning society. This, of course, is also lifelong learning was to be the master concept that should be shaped educational systems from them till now. What emerged was the precise tripartite categorization of learning systems, a statement that comes from the work of Combs with Prosser and Hammett. There was formal education, informal education, and non-formal education. Formal education was understood as the hierarchical structure, chronological graded systems, education systems that run from the primary school to the university, and including, in addition to a general academic studies, a variety of specialized programs and institutions for full technical and personal training. The informal education, the truly life learning process whereby every individual acquires attitudes, values, skills, and knowledge from daily experience and the educative influence and resources on his or her environment, from family and neighbors, from work and play, from the marketplace, the library, and mass media. And non-formal education is any organized educational activity outside the established formal system. We're operating separately or as an important feature of some broader activity that is intended to serve identifiable learning clienteles and learning objectives. In other words, formal education is related to schools and training institutions, non-formal with communities, groups, and any other organizations. And informal covers what is left: interactions with friends, family, colleagues, and other type of people that we interact with. Today, for the second day of the conference, we want to take you on a journey that will consider two aspects. The first one, the educational learning settings of photography. We will discuss photography as an educational system with its formal, non-formal, and informal aspects. We will address its transition from one system into another and suggest the best models to succeed. We will discuss geographic and socioeconomic inequalities and access to education, the role of photography to promote gender, or a greater equality in educational process, and second, the professional learning settings in which photography and entrepreneurship meet, and the impact of new education systems on younger generations. Through case studies, we will understand the development of soft skills as a force, the importance of engaged institutions that develop strategies and opportunities to mentor photographers into new business models. And I hope you will enjoy all these different case studies that will be proposed this afternoon. There will be a time for Q&A at the end of the morning and afternoon sessions. And you are welcome to ask your questions through the chat. And I'll be passing on your questions to our panelists, to our guest speakers at the end of the session at 11:40. Without further ado, I would like to introduce our first speaker, Pedro Vicente. He'll be talking about the real decisive moment, online methodologies in photography education. Pedro Vicente is the director of the master's degree in photography at Elisava, Barcelona School of Design and Engineering, and Shifta Online School of Digital Makers by Elisava. Welcome, Pedro.
Thank you very much, Klaus, and thank you. Good morning to all, and thank you to Klaus, to Steve, to the ECC, and the Blue in the Lines, and everyone who has been involved in the organization of this fantastic conference and event that I was lucky enough to be last year in Venice in the same conference, and now virtually sharing with you this some thoughts. I'm going to share my screen, so I start my presentation. Just give me 1 second. So, as Klaus said, I work in Barcelona, in Spain, and I am the director of the MA in Photography and Design at Elisava, and also of an online MA program by Shifta, which is the online school by Elsa. So I want to talk about these new possibilities and this new way of learning and teaching that we have in front of us, especially because COVID-19. Until last year, just a few of us had experience on online teaching. Now, today, I think all of us have some experience on online teaching, either because we are teachers, but also because if you are a parent, if you have kids, you probably had to do online learning with your kids. So approximately 9 out of 10 students worldwide went into online teaching, and so teachers. So I think from that point of view, this is the starting point, and probably this COVID pandemic has developed 5-10 years the online teaching methodologies and also the learning. But I want to take a little bit to the past and take a very extremely quick history on distant learnings. The first distant education course was in 1840s by Sir Isaac Pitman, who taught a system of shorthand by mailing text transcribed into shorthand on postcards and receiving transcriptions from his students in return for correction. The key element of this system was the student feedback, which was, as I said, crucial innovation in Pitman's system. And also, it was impossible because the introduction of uniform postage rates across England in 1840. Similarly, today, online education is possible because internet. The first full degree at the university was by the University of London in 1858, which became the birthplace of long-distance learning at undergraduate level, allowing students to study at the same time than making their living, and also not having to go to London to take exams. And I take from here to 2006, where Salman Khan founds the Khan Academy. The Khan Academy is a free world-class education for anyone, anywhere, with incredible facts like it is used by more than 100 million people every year. They have 99 million lessons delivered, and it is available in 190 different countries. Another key moment in the online distance learning is when the MOOCs, the massive open online courses, appear in 2008, and when they became very popular in 2012. So this is just to have a little background. So distant learning is nothing new. It's nothing that happened or appeared with the pandemic, but it has more than 150 years, almost like photography, a year after. So how is distance learning now? Just a very quick and simple definition. Distance learning is a way of educating students online. Lectures and learning materials are sent over the internet. Students work from anywhere at any time and not in a classroom. Distance learning falls into two main categories: synchronous and asynchronous learning. Synchronous learning refers to a method of education delivered that happens in real time, and it requires live communication online. And it is less flexible, as we are now doing a synchronous lecture, as you see what I see, you hear what I say in real time. Asynchronous, on the other hand, is where students receive clusters of weekly deadlines. They have the freedom to work at their own speed. Students can access course content beyond the scheduled meeting or class time, and both, and this is very important, both faculty and students benefit from the flexibility of asynchronous learning, as it allows them to create and consume content when it is convenient for them. Some pros and cons of distance learning. Obvious: study from anywhere at any time, cost less expensive, flexibility to choose, the global benefit does not follow the one-for-all methods, it's less tiring and boring, fast and easy sharing of resources, easy access, earning while learning, money and time savings, adaptability and freedom. And some of the cons is that maybe that learning style might not suit all. The need of being self-motivated. Students can lose easily track of deadlines and motivation. There is no physical interaction with teachers or students. Some difficulties to stay connected at all times. Technical difficulties, and difficult to choose a quality educational program. Some facts before the COVID-19, a year before, in 2018, this is the facts from the States. There were 20 million people doing undergraduate courses. Out of them, almost 7 million were doing at least one subject in a distance education system. So that was the 35% of the students were doing at least one online or distance learning unit, and 16% were doing exclusively distance education courses. It's quite also interesting that you see the type on the left, the type of the institution. For private, for-profit institutions, this is completely the opposite. It was 73% of the students were doing at least one online subject, and 62% were doing exclusively distance education courses. Some of the reasons for choosing online learning is the main one is not having time to go to classes. And the less important one, which is also relevant, is the reputation of a specific school is just the 8% of the reasons. Average of people wanting to follow a unit or to do a course through mobile devices, 46%. And some of the fields of study in undergraduate distance education, as you see, arts and humanities, only 10%. Quite interesting statistics. How far do you live from the closest campus service center of a college university in which you enroll? And this is for online education. Under 25 miles, 45% of people who enroll in an online course were enrolling in universities or institutions under 25 miles away from home. So how this has COVID changed and shaped distance learning? That's some of the facts that most of the students, after experiencing the online learning or distant learning, were much more motivated, and 60% of them were looking forward to follow and continue their studies through a distant learning system. From the other side, as a teacher, what has pleasantly surprised you about online distant learning? The most popular one was innovation, freedom to experiment with teaching practice, which is it's quite shocking. So that means that in a on-campus teaching, we don't innovate and we don't have freedom to experiment with our teaching practices. The same we can apply to flexibility, to the wide range of tools that we have. It looks like from on-campus, we don't have that range of tools, or we don't have flexibility or accessibility to other platforms and materials. It's very focused on the physical scale. Some facts after COVID: 77% of educators believe that online teaching learning is just as good as traditional learning, if not better. Nearly 70% of all students claim online instruction to be as good or as better than in a traditional classroom setting, and 26% of online students claim to learn better online than in a classroom. So, from my point of view, it has become more than evident that approaches to teaching and learning in higher education are being transformed in response to multiple factors, but particularly in reference to new pedagogies and new technologies. Digital methodologies and strategies must allow to experiment and develop new teaching methods, improving interaction with students and promoting collaborative learning and self-learning. The uses of technological tools and application must allow and support the application of digital methodologies and strategies. In an on-campus teaching model, a lecturer is a lecturer because he has a particular knowledge in a particular field. In distant learning, having knowledge alone is not enough. It's not anyone can have it. And knowledge is anyone. A distant learning lecturer needs to know how to transmit and communicate knowledge to the students, to engage with them in a distant format, and needs to have several advanced digital skills and to face new challenges. In my opinion, these are some of the skills and challenges that we as teachers, educators, have to face if we want to go, or if we want to have the distance teaching. It's like obvious digital literacy, communication and digital environments, the creation of innovative digital content, security in digital environments, problem resolution, digital technological innovation, motivation techniques, social media skills, create visually engaging content, we face digital native students, need to be always updated. The fact of having passive students in our virtual classrooms, the lack of interaction among many others. But in my opinion, it is much more than just about technology. Technology is just the beginning, it's just the first. As teachers, we need to update constantly, not only our specific photographic knowledge, but our skills, methodologies, strategies, and ways of engaging with the students and their changing environments. Knowledge is not enough anymore if we don't know how to transmit it in a very engaging way. And I think this is one of the keys of online or distance learning or teaching, engaging with students that are not with you, that you can't be in the same room at the same time, and engaging with them through distance, both spatial and temporal. In a global world, it does not make any sense that the learning of photography continues to be limited to the decisive moment. To learn in a given space, at a given moment, with a given teacher, in a given context, and from a given way of understanding photography. Today's students must grow professionally and learn in a global and constantly changing environment, and learning and teaching models must adapt and update to that environment. So this is how I see some facts about photography distant learning. We have to, first of all, we have to distinguish between non-formal education, short courses on photography, the thousands of them. This is just one example in Coursera, one of these platforms where you have 104 courses on photography, and formal education, under and postgraduate education, which is also growing very, 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 very fast. And 3 years ago, we decided in Elizabeth to create an online school that is named Shifta, with this to start exploring and making and having and putting on the market new programs based on distance learning. These are some of the points of the philosophy or characteristics or methodological points of Shifta, that we do a synchronous and asynchronous model. Study flexibility online. The students can study whatever, whenever they want. There's global and accessible. Online students are supported by virtual learning environment that can easily be accessed via computer, tablet, or smartphone app. Learning by doing methodology, high quality online teaching, lectures, and digital resources developed for us and only for us by industry leading academics. We have a personalized monitoring of students with live feedback sessions. The resources and activities of each module are designed so that students are able to develop their full potential and go further independently. Active participation is essential to create the appropriate space for collaborative learning. Evaluation is continuous, combining active participation and individual or collective work. All assessments are taken and submitted online, and important, students get the same degree than on-campus learning. And going into the detail of how do we face distant learning photography, distant learning at Shifta, some of the key aspects of our philosophy is that we do online presentation and lectures to introduce key concepts of photography, both synchronous and asynchronous formats, small group, and class discussions to encourage peer interaction and collaboration. Online critiques to test the students' projects and ideas, practice-based workshops to help students to develop practical, technical, and team working skills. It doesn't matter if it is a distance learning program, we still do practice as you could do it in an on-campus program. We have online resources, monthly master's classes, independent study is crucial in the program, and obviously the online campus 24/7. And some of the methodologies that, or online methodologies that allow not only an experiential learning model based on practice, but also based on innovative learning systems that promote active and collaborative learning, combining diverse methodologies in which students are the core of learning processes, and promote transversal work methods to train the new generation of photographers in the context of the digital society. So, or some of our methodologies, how we do all of this. We do it with project-based learning, competency-based learning, flipped classroom, design thinking, gamification, cooperative learning, communication and feedback, and micro-learning. I'm just going quickly through each of these to explain a little bit what they are. Project-based learning is a teaching method in which students can gain knowledge and skills by working for an extended period of time to investigate and respond to an authentic, engaging and complex question problem challenge. This in photography education is something that we all do. We work through projects and we work with projects, and the learning and the teaching are based on projects. Competency-based learning is a framework for teaching and assessment of learning in an educational setting. It is also described as a type of education based on predetermined competencies, which focuses on outcomes and real-world performance. We try to do all our projects, everything, all the briefs we give to the students, they are based on a professional basis and close to them. The flipped classroom is a pedagogical model where students encounter new information and concepts outside of class and spend class time developing their understanding by engaging with and practicing what they learn. In this model, students are transformed from passive learners to active learners, taking a high level of initiative and responsibility for their learning. Class meetings are for the most valuable opportunities for teachers to guide students by helping them increase their learning by offering useful feedback. So what we do here is maybe the opposite of what we have been doing in traditional teaching. The students, they have to study, they have to look at the materials, and they have to study the lesson, if you like, before they come to class. And in class, with different methodologies and strategies, we fix and we complete what they have learned by themselves. Design thinking is also another of the methodologies that we use. It's a mindset, an approach to learning, collaboration, and problem solving. In practice, the design thinking process is a structured framework for identifying challenges, gathering information, generating potential solutions, refining ideas, and testing solutions, and learning from mistakes. Design thinking, we could say, is the core structure of how we face online photography education. Gamification is the application of game design elements and game principles in non-game contexts. It can also be defined as a set of activities and processes to solve problems by using or applying the characteristics of game elements. We use different apps that are based on games to do that. And I'm just finishing. Cooperative learning is the process of breaking in a classroom of students into small groups so they can discover a new concept together and help each other learn and to develop ideas and collective projects. Also very important. Communication and online meaningful feedback is critical to distance learning. Methods of communication include verbal, written, and video electronic exchanges at different times in different platforms. Distance learning feedback also performs some additional specific functions as students are less clear on what it is expected from them. Feedback should become a constant dialogue between the student and lecturer. And this is for us so crucial to have a constant dialogue between us. And the last one, microlearning provides relevant information to the students in an exciting manner by dividing the course material into small, manageable portions for an optimal learning experience. It is a straightforward and easier strategy to acquire knowledge, allowing learners to grasp bite-sized information quickly and effectively. So, and this is my last slide. As a kind of a conclusion, we need to view distance education from multiple perspectives and with questioning attitude. The challenge is to recontextualize, restructure, and significantly reshape teaching and learning to provide accessible and flexible learning opportunities to any student, while continuing to offer a quality experience that is also cost-effective for a mass market. We as educators must critically analyze new developments in online learning and begin to position ourselves for the inevitable transformation of how we approach learning in a distance education. It is time that educators think through the challenges, changes, and possibilities of both flexible access and collaborative learning experiences. And this is it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pedro. I think it was interesting to hear that, and I guess that is maybe I hope that we will have the time to discuss a little bit about the online program, online degree that we've been discussing with Steve as well. And I think you somehow put a very interesting concept and maybe a frame to discuss this a little bit later. I want to introduce our second speaker, so Steve Bison. So Steve Bison is also the co-founder of Blurring the Lines, and we start this journey in 2014. It's been a long way. So Steve, his talk is entitled New Scenarios in Image Making Education. Is there anyone out there? Steve Bison is the founder and director of Vernacular Institute. He's also a curator and a publisher. Welcome, Steve.
Thank you, Klaus, and good morning. Thank you all for attending my speech and, of course, this conference. As well introduced by Klaus at the start of this morning session, this year's theme concerns different and possible declinations of the education with regards to image-making practices. Before starting, let me quickly switch my virtual background and using this image. I'm not in a bus station, as you see, but I'm now in a simulacrum, basically, in which you can hear my voice and see me, a projector image of me, actually, overlapping with an image I took a few years ago while I was waiting for the train in a little town called Castelfranco, Veneto. So I chose this image as a background because it portrays students after school waiting to go home. And this image lets me to reflect on the boundaries of education. Where does education begins and ends, right? Klaus was very clear when he stated this definition about what education, formal, non-formal, informal. It's about the boundaries again. Is it within the walls of our institutes? Or is it out there in the streets, in the stations? Or is it in our smartphones that we all look more and more obsessively, like these guys behind me? I don't have a definitive answer, but in my speech, I will try to illustrate you my thesis on this subject. Understanding the meaning of education in today's image-making world is essential to better focus on the scenario in which we work as educators, or that we want to learn as students, or again, that we might want to put into practice as professionals or researchers. But above all, this is crucial because we are all producers and consumers of images. We all know this, right? This scenario in which we move has changed radically and rapidly in recent decades under the ever-growing progress and pressure of technologies. Pedro Vicente had just made an interesting lecture about the power of technologies. To sum up this scenario, we can imagine our grandfather, or maybe, in my case, great-grandfather, maybe 100 years ago, right? In 1920. And let's try to ask ourselves a question. In a time when there was no internet, television, smartphones, tablets, computers, how many images could our grandfather ever see? I have given myself a simple answer, and this is it. Today, we can see more images in one day than our ancestors could ever see in their entire life. So, we are faced with a scenario characterized by the enormous boundless production of images, of which we are certainly consumers, but also creators, producers, makers, communicators, influencers, scholars, experts. But there is a but, and this is my thesis. In this present scenario of incredible availability of images that has no equal in the history of our species, we are less and fewer educators. Having said this, you may be wondering now, but how is this possible? There are universities, there are schools, training courses. Yes, it's true. But in most cases, these teach us how to use technologies. Or, in the best cases, they teach us how to design or to tell, through technologies, our stories. Or, more, to communicate them through technologies. In a word, let me say that they teach us to become brilliant or fair storytellers, or to pursue an artistic career with awareness, or to be a decent entrepreneur in a competitive and complicated visual making world. Yet, if all this is true, then why I'm telling you that in this scenario, conditioned by an overwhelming production/consumption of images, there's a huge need for educators. Why? Well, the answer I gave myself is that we are deliberately ignoring the phenomenon, or at least we are underestimating it. Because of the urgent issue we face as a society is no longer just about the consequences of this huge availability of images. What we have to ask ourselves is how this scenario influences our habitat, our habits, our preferences, our choices, our lives through images. Let me explain better, because this is a delicate passage of my thesis. The difference with our ancestors, our grandfather, right, from the 1920s, is not only that today we are exposed to many more images than in the past, or that we can use different tools to produce them in such a convenient way. I'm afraid it's not as simple as this anymore. The scenario has become much more dramatic for the combination of two anthropological and social phenomena that occurred in the last, I would say, 20 years. It's a very short period of time, 20 years. Remember that organic species in nature evolve slowly. It's never an instant process. While the changes that I'm going to tell you about have happened at a speed greater than our ability, not just to adapt to them, but to understand them. And of course, this immediately raises another question, radical, and I would say almost ontological, because it concerns our posture in the world. And the question is, how can we teach a phenomenon if we do not have the time to understand it? This question, of course, has no definitive answer. What then are these two phenomena? They are both related to the fact that today, humans, more and more, think and express themselves through images because of technology. Today, we are here, connected from all over the world through extraordinary technologies, which allow you to see me better, to see an image of me, and to communicate with me, or rather, to communicate with an image of me. I understand that today this might seem pretty obvious, right? Especially now during the COVID-19, which forced us to change our working habits and beyond. But what we should not forget is that important distinction between me and the image of me. So what we are experiencing, probably without fully realizing it, is an evolutionary process happening in our brain before then our body. Certainly accelerated by the pandemic, but still in progress with our history of an instrumental animal that uses tools to progress. Modernity, of course, has just pushed fast forward this long-term process of 1,000 years, dating back to our origin. So let's try now to imagine for a minute an opposite operation to the one I suggested at the beginning of my speech. Think of having a person here from 200 years ago. What would he think of us? I'll tell you. He won't be able to believe what he sees because of his world, or rather, his vocabulary, his mental and therefore visual boundaries. Do not contemplate what he sees. He cannot accept the new reality except by trusting his own madness. For him, it's probably like accepting a war or a big trauma. Very difficult. It takes time, and the result is never guaranteed. With this regard, let me remember a story of an elderly lady, very kind, of rare emotional intelligence. It happened about 20 years ago. She once told me that when the early telephones were released, she couldn't answer the phone. Better, she refused to do it. She felt very uncomfortable with that. And you know why? Because she did not believe that the voice coming out the phone was real. Attention, this might sound funny, okay, today, but I invite you to reflect upon a fact. What Granny didn't believe in was not so much the existence of the voice, but the fact that a machine could speak for that voice. This is radical. The fact that technology could have a human form. This takes me back to what the German philosopher Heidegger had already intuited and formulated in the 1950s on a very specific thought device known as language speaks. What he reminds us of important is that we speak through words that we have not invented, and thus we are spoken by the language, and not the opposite as most people think. And this is also more interesting if we consider our times, because if the language becomes that of technologies, then we are spoken by technologies, or machine will speak for us, like now. And this is exactly what scared the old lady. I know it's getting a little complicated, right? But please be patient, because now comes the interesting part. If language becomes an image, or better, if the image becomes the preferred medium of the language, and if we become our image, our avatar, our second life, our Instagram profile, our Facebook cover, our online portfolio, then it means that images speak of us, and above all, before us. If this happens, then by paraphrasing Heidegger, we can state that we are spoken by the image, or we are spoken by the image we built of ourselves to please the audience. And that today, more and more, coincides with those likable images that others have of us. Briefly translated, we cannot speak through images anymore. Or we can do it, but mostly the audience of our spectacle will not care. The great ease with which today we can undo, build, modify, integrate the image of ourselves is an absolute novelty, a page that was never written in the evolutionary diary of our speeches. But above all, it comes with deep consequences. So the two phenomena, namely the fact that more and more machines take on our appearance, our voice, our image, our desires, along with the other exceptional fact that we are less and less able to distinguish what we are from the image we have built for ourselves, and finally that all this happens at a faster rate than our ability to understand the consequences on us and our environment, make the whole matter of extreme urgency. Furthermore, if the cyber era changes the way we relate to people, things, and the cosmos, then an ethics of gaze, of looking, becomes the necessary thinking device to face our time's greatest risk of confusing reality with an image of reality. Because the human, rather than actively seeing, then prefers to be passively seen. Again, if true, we need to reverse this perspective and teach visual makers and ourselves new responsibilities inherent in the act of looking, and consequently in the way of taking/making images. I believe that the first step would then have to be learning how to distinguish what is significant from what is pointless through an ecology of seeing that is based on a true consciousness of who and where we are. Let me go further with my thesis, saying that this is a problem that affects us all, and with respect to which schools would have to play an important and decisive role. As I said at the beginning, we are all potential producers and consumers of images. Therefore, there is a huge need for new professionals, for new educators, capable of addressing different target users of images in society, primarily the youngest, who are the most exposed to the risk above mentioned. We, therefore, need schools' curricula capable not only of training brilliant storytellers and creatives, of cultivating their talents. We must respond to the growing need for professionals able to interface with a completely changed scenario, and to then be able to interact with other fields and disciplines. Because, as I just said, images are overlapping and substituting reality. We need new active subjects, new pedagogical practices, new skills, circumscribed in a new ethic of looking. Probably, if we succeed in this, the photographer of the future will look much more like a visual anthropologist or a sociologist of the image. Or maybe we need to coin new words to describe our new skills. When a word like photography contains too many things, then it loses its usefulness and meaning. Therefore, the path of dialogue, comparison, deepening started with blurring the lines network is only the beginning. We face a wide open window on an unknown prayer. Together, we can find best practices to turn what appears to be a threat into a great opportunity. In the last decade, through my curatorial practice, I've tried to walk this virtual prayer that has become our favorite game. A bit like a pioneer who doesn't quite know what awaits behind the hills, I took a step inside and began to explore. I found this game to be a great learning and relationship possibility. So I started experimenting, planning initiatives that were thought fecundate in the game, but which then sprouted into reality. Here, I just want to mention 4 of these experiments because they identify 4 potential directions of action. The first one, with Zero Fotografia, a photography workshop on the agricultural landscape hosted by Benetton Foundation in the small village of Zero Branco, I tried to bring together photographers, cartographers, landscape architects, urban planners, geographers in a single format. The result was formidable. The added value from the interaction of different knowledge was extraordinary. Today, this methodological approach is the basis of most of the publications I work on. So the concept of a photo book, for me, is now outdated. The future is the convergence of knowledge. Either we teach photographers to dialogue in this sense, or they will be useless atoms in a society. The second project, an experimental direction, concerned a survey on public space in the city of São Paulo, Brazil. I transformed an artist's residence to which I had been invited by the FAP University of São Paulo to create a platform for dialogue between artists, filmmakers, photographers on a theme of the extreme privatization of space in the city that reduces the possibility of a collective experience. An experience lasting over 4 years, exhibited finally at Galleria Virgilio. This made me realize the importance of an anti-colonial approach in curatorial practices and of the involvement of local artists who otherwise would not have had a similar chance. Third direction, with an almost opposite method to the previous one, I brought together creatives from various parts of Italy's universities and foreign countries in a small, semi-abandoned village in the northern Italy. The aim was to make these artists interact with inhabitants for over a year, organizing monthly public meetings and exposing site-specific works. Through this process, I understood the importance of bottom-up participation, but also of how there are people willing to give hospitality to artists and provide them with support. I understood how this type of exchange brings oxygen in and ideas into small, close, and difficult realities. Of course, I also realized that if there is no motivated local administrations, everything vanishes quickly. Finally, the experience in the last 5 years with the Synapsi Collective, a group of Italian photographers committed to the environment. I understood how by overcoming an egoic vision of art and embracing a shared, extended, and collaborative practice, we can address issues that seem too big for us, such as having carried out a survey on over 30 environmental worst-case scenarios, I would say, or having studied several national and regional parks simultaneously. To summarize, an interdisciplinary look, a true local commitment, bottom-up approach with citizens, collective practices, these are directions that offer a different opportunity for the future, and that our students have to face already within schools. But let me tell you that most of these opportunities need money, right? And we have heard yesterday how difficult, hard it is for artists, photographers to make their living out there. So maybe we should also take care of this in school, teach our students how to become entrepreneurs of themselves, right? And getting to my conclusion, photography is not dead. Whoever says or writes is, as the grandfather of 200 years ago, is completely lost. Human history is a history of tools. It's up to us to govern them. We must provide society with other skills. There are no other solutions. The current education system faces a great challenge. It may decide to face it, as we tried with this conference, or it can choose to find itself out of the game. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you very much. I think it was interesting to hear about the new scenarios because it made me think about, I don't know if maybe we could consider these scenarios like something global and local issues that we were just discussing yesterday with some of the panelists, and how maybe sustainability and ethical concerns should be part of the curriculum from now on, you know. And I think it is important what you put out there that, that we should go beyond the technical skills and students should get more than that to become a successful photographer. So I think we will have a lot of things to discuss later on, and I hope that we will have questions in that sense. I would like to invite our third speaker. Let me just, put it here. John Fleetwood, welcome. I'm really happy to welcome John because, as I said at the beginning, the conference committee decided on the theme, but what I forgot to say was that the theme also was inspired by John in a conversation we had with the curators of Blurring the Lines, and we were thinking about education as a formal system, and then John actually shared with us the situation in Africa and especially in South Africa, and how non-informal systems are part of the way that photographers get trained there. So thank you, John, for that, because I think it was a very good inspiration that we got from you, and then thanks to that we kind of like put together this conference today. So John is going to be talking about the end of the line, how photographers become. John is a photography curator, educator, and the director of photo. Thank you, John.
Thank you, Klaus, and thank you all members looking at us, those that we cannot see. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you, and I look forward to the questioning section. I suppose the foundation of my discussion today is based on my experiences as an educator and a curator in photography. First as the director of the Market for a Workshop, and currently with Photo. The Market Photo Workshop is a school, gallery, and project space for photography based in Johannesburg. It's in existence since 1989. It was founded by David Goldblatt. In the 14 years that I was the director, the development of the organization occurred parallel with the development of the curriculum of the school. And for the last 5 years, I was the director of photo, where my interest have shifted, working more strategically with emerging photographers and photography networks and institutions across the continent, across Africa. Photo is a multi-operational platform for the development and promotion of socially engaged photography practices, photographers, and critical visual culture. We're based in Johannesburg in South Africa, but I'm talking to you from Maputo. Can we say that in response to many technological changes that shifts photography as a medium, and more importantly, that shifts the practices of photography, that photography learning is an ongoing and lifelong experience? In the last 2 or 3 decades, photographers had to reposition their practices in thinking about a changing role and nature of photography, as did the generations before them, I'm going to share some of the critical decisions we had to make to develop learning and public programs that I think can benefit our discussion. And even though these are based within South Africa and in the larger continent of Africa, it always strikes me how similar these discussions are. I suppose the first question is, what kind of photography education is most appropriate and necessary? And over the time, it became clear that non-formal education can better perform to the interests of an individual student or photographer and the community that they operate within. I think it is quite critical to start to think around photography, not just as an act of a photographer, but perhaps something that's a communication between a photographer and a larger community. For the purposes of this presentation, I would like to define formal education very similar to what Klaus had done in the beginning. I thought that was very helpful. So I would like to define it as an education with a formal, repeatable curriculum that is structured and accredited by education regulators, whereas informal education can be seen as education without a structured curriculum that occurs more in an ad hoc way. And of course, non-formal education, perhaps of those in-between spaces of these informal and formal education words. Having some structure, perhaps non-formal education is not defined by it. It's determinedly allow for the dynamic of change. So I've got this interesting question for institutions of photography that are teaching photography. And it's interesting because how long does it take to become a photographer? How long does it take to become an artist? And I think that is the first question that we had to consider when we started to think around photography institution in South Africa. Can we say that it's 2 years, 3 years, or can we say that it is lifelong? And in particular, in the context of South Africa and Africa, but also in the context of the world, we need to understand photographers as ongoingly learning. And so at best, what photographers gather at the time at the academy is getting introduced to the tools and concepts so that they later can understand how these change. What photographers would need as they develop their careers is a community to reflect with and upon their engagement. And we need to create spaces for that. And so this idea of creating a community of photographers, perhaps for me, is the essential element of thinking around photography education, of thinking around arts practice, but also about a larger conversation about what it is that photography does. How can we consider the idea of ethos? In spaces of non-formal education, is it not easier to speak about the spirit or a culture of community that is manifested in some attitudes and aspirations? Have our formal education institutions become institutions of power that respond to authorities and regulations of government policies that uphold privileges? Those are some of the questions that we asked. Central to the idea of teaching photography in South Africa was to speak to the history of representation and the ethos of education. What is the role of photography in an unjust society, and how can photography education address and redress these conditions? So recruitment of photographers from excluded communities can be one way. These photographers brought work from their communities that otherwise would not have been seen, or that otherwise would have been photographed by outsiders, with the complex questions around representation. Recruitment is not only around the students. Recruitment is also about the exclusions of who is teaching, who is speaking. And in today's session, I see in the spaces up there all the white men. And so how can we break the insularity of photographers to include other knowledge producers? This is what Steve had just spoken about. Often our gatherings of photography are just for photographers. How do we address, for instance, issues of environment, social concerns, when we are not in the community? As decolonial practices have found ways to rethink the role and practice of photography in Africa and elsewhere, new generations of photographers have become, by the nature of their work, historians, sociologists, and have used their practice and work as a way to reposition these knowledge fields. How do we include knowledge experts in our education as part of our community? How do we understand vertical learning and the space for it? I think there's a lot of criticism about vertical learning, the idea of somebody that speaks down to photographers. That's not what I mean. What I mean here is mentorships as a critical part of learning. It's not just to get information from somebody that has gone through the process before, but it is to direct and personalize a process of learning how to conduct ourselves. It's about setting up relationships with somebody that you know has experience and take you seriously. And I think sometimes we underestimate the inclusion of established and experienced photographers in our courses. Horizontal experiences between peers, colleagues, people who can share their experiences, people that share daily similarities in their challenges and how they overcome, who can share equipment, who can share skills, who can share information. Diagonal experiences, learning in and from the community. It is only by being with certain communities that you can share and engage. And most importantly, where you learn to self-position, especially understanding your own privilege and the paradigms that come with this. So much of our knowledge about race, gender, sexuality, environment have been debunked. We cannot learn to be an artist without empathy, without knowledge, without engagement. How do we cultivate this in the classroom? I want to show you some, if you allow me just a second. Let me just try this again. Sorry, guys. Right, so we're going to go doing it this way. So Photo is the current organization that I'm working with and that I'm heading up. You can find us on phototool.co.za. One of the first things that we had done was to start to do a survey of photography education initiatives on the African continent. And what we have seen is that many of these institutions do not exist as institutions of space, but often exist as institutions of personalities, of individuals who drive and make things possible that otherwise would not be possible. And it's these energies that accumulate into institutions. And they're all over the continent that I think that these institutions started to develop. We did a research of about 140 institutions that we found through internet and through our knowledge of the continent. And we shortlisted about 40 institutions to look at their curriculum, their premises, the kinds of students that they recruit, the lecturers, trainers, the people that teach. And from there, we set up a very basic information schedule of about 15 of those institutions. This we did in around 2015. In 2016, we started to develop an organization, which is still running today, which I think is a great initiative that I really think is something very similar perhaps to Blurring Lines in the way that it shares information. It's called the Centers of Learning for Photography in Africa. It's a network of independent education initiatives across Africa. And these institutions are based, as you can see, and I'm quickly going to introduce you to some of them. So I'm based in Johannesburg, so Photo, even though I'm not currently in Johannesburg. There's Market for a Workshop, a very well-known institution that I was previously the director of. But then there are institutions all across. There's, for instance, the Nele Institute, which is a photography platform for learning. Very similar to this is Associal Auge, which is in Cabo Verde, with a very well-known program called Kachupa Factory. There's a Contemporary Image Collective in Cairo, which has got an incredible history of developing visual culture and public debate. And then there are organizations in Kigali, for instance, the Kwanda Arts Foundation, and very recently the Kigali Photo Festival, that are kind of emerging organizations that develop. There's also spaces that just give infrastructure, like Espace Photo Partage, which is basically a premises where photographers can come and learn from each other. And so this map, or this group of people, indicates the members that we currently have. We communicate by WhatsApp. We've got monthly WhatsApp meetings. But we also started what I think is one of the most important mechanisms for discussion. And this is the CLPA News. It's a newsletter that we bring out every so often. In the past, it was every 3 times a year. In 2019, in 2020, in the year of COVID, unfortunately, it was only once. And this was the newsletter dealing with COVID. And so what it shares and starts to share are these kind of concerns that we are all aware of. So these would be the contributors to every newsletter. We ask contributions from the different institutions, and we invite every time another guest editor. In this case, it was Jacques from Rwanda, to work with us in Johannesburg to develop this newsletter. And then what we do is we put together information through interviews, speaking to people. And in this last issue, we looked at the influence of COVID on the future of photography. We looked at the future of education, and we then asked all the people to give us some feedback and put that together. And this was the idea of future of our platforms. And so the newsletter becomes a space where we can exchange ideas and start thinking around how we can share as different institutions. We had tips for online educators that previously was mentioned, for online learning. I think one of the really important aspects everywhere around the world is this idea of how we are emotionally affected by the conditions of COVID, and how we are affected by this idea of online learning, learning from each other, often in very difficult situations, particularly in Africa and in South Africa, was the question around internet access And should we not see internet access as a human right? The newsletters also have got a little bit of gathering of what the learning and teaching activities are of the different institutions, just so that people are aware of what other institutions are doing. We can see here everything has been postponed. I'm showing you some, maybe I wanted to just speak about this photograph first. It's a great image by Mauro Vombe that was, of course, photographed before COVID in 2018, or it might have been 2017. He's the most beacon photographer. But we felt that it was quite apt to use this photograph to kind of show the density and intensity of how we gather so regularly and as a way of contrast to COVID. But so each of the newsletters deals with different kinds of subjects and different ways of thinking around photography. In 2019, we had a feature on gender binaries in African photography, and we looked at how those gender binaries express themselves in photographs and exhibitions, and often in very difficult spaces across the continent. I love this photograph because this was one edition that dealt with gender as well. It's the image of Joao Lubembe from the DRC, from Democratic Republic of Congo, which is exactly some of the concerns of the continent. Who is sitting in front of the computers and learning, and who are taking photographs of whom? And so I thought this is a very interesting way of starting to look at how our industries are still very much affected by sexism. This is the outcome of one of the projects that Photo had done in Ethiopia as a way of public engagement. I'll speak about that just now. So these are all different newsletters, different contributions. Very similar to what Steve had discussed earlier, I wanted to quickly speak about the 10 Queer project. It's a project that Photo had done in 2018 around queer social practice. And the idea was, how do we get people together relating to the question of knowledge production if only photographers come together? So what we had done was, sorry, it seems my computer is not moving fast enough. So what we had done was to invite five experts, writers, sociologists, anthropologists, artists, to come to speak to 5 photographers or image makers in a 2-week program where they gathered around to do a project. And I think the very important aspect of this project was that people were able to share critical information in the group, but also be part of this very intimate exchange of 10 people. And I think that this idea of having small interactive processes with people of different fields of knowledge is becoming very critical for our futures. This is some of the exhibitions that we have staged in different places, and also as a way of trying to think around different communities and how one can involve communities. So this was an exhibition in Cabo Verde, in Mindelo, where we used these very basic posters on the floors as people would walk by to kind of interrupt their daily life, but also to get photographers to start to interact with broader public. This is something very similar in Ethiopia, a little bit more complicated in terms of the regulations that are happening there. But I think it was an incredibly important moment to start to interrupt this idea of public image with the idea of social media. And you can see it's kind of low technology processes, which I think had great benefit, again, to people working together. The current project that we are doing is a project in Maputo, where I'm currently in, which is about the idea of getting people to produce new work so that we are able to see this work perhaps in public, but that we also start to think about invisibilities. So part of the curriculum has got to do with complicit notion of representation, has got to do with the rejection and erasure of people and communities, and has got to do with invisibilities. That's where I'm going to leave you. Just want to show you the group of people that I'm working with over the last week, and I will continue to work with the next week. I thank you all very much for your time.
Thank you, John. You said something very interesting about empathy and engagement and how we should cultivate this in a classroom. I think about it. I will ask you again this question maybe during the Q&A. Okay, I'm gonna welcome our next speaker, Lucas Pandolfo. He's gonna be talking about deconstructive approach, the educational benefits of contextualizing photography. So Lucas is a filmmaker and image maker, and he's also a faculty member at Paris College of Art. And also he's one of the finalists for the 2020 edition of Blurring the Lines. Welcome, Lucas.
Thank you, Klaus. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for those who are joining us this Saturday morning. So as Klaus said, my name is Lucas Pandolfo. I'm an artist and filmmaker, and also currently an adjunct professor in both the photography and foundation departments at Paris College of Art. And I'm here today to present my talk, Deconstructive Approach, the benefits of contextualizing photography, in which I basically I mostly base my thoughts on the experience I had of teaching a quote unquote experimental class at the start of this year. So today, as some of the other panelists have said, there's an overabundance of images in the world. And this, of course, poses new questions to the education of fine art photography. So this abundance can be said to stem from the availability of a virtually infinite array of machines from which to create images with today, as well as the accessibility to creating images these devices have generated in the last 2 decades or so. So these different formats of today, such as the smartphone or the DSLR, or even other more unconventional cameras, were of course not available in the formative years of photography, when the history of the medium and its pedagogical methodologies were still being written, and photography wasn't as accessible as it is today. So my talk discusses how contextualizing photography and also its tools can be beneficial to students if we consider how each of the frames and formats available to image makers today and in the past as well can be deconstructed. And as I said, I mainly base my claims and thoughts on a class co-taught with Professor Kendall Rofe and myself in the first semester of 2020 at Paris College of Art. And the name of the course was Alternative Image Making, as we attempted to take an alternative approach to the curriculum that we saw. So today, photography is no longer an isolated field as it was in the past. So images are now part of our daily lives in ways that seemed unimaginable when the medium was first conceived. And photographs are also now part of installations and films. And as we can see, they're being seamlessly integrated into contemporary art today. So the approach to teaching photography must, of course, evolve based on how the medium has changed over the years and has also become more accessible to both amateur and professional photographers and image makers. Because cameras are, after all, tools. And these tools vary as much as they do in size as they do in function. So these different devices, of course, open a lot of possibilities for play. So it is important not only to understand how they work, but also how to decode each of them. So the Czech philosopher Willem Flusser writes in Towards a Philosophy of Photography, and I'll quote him here, that the encoding of technical images, however, is what is going on in the interior of this black box, the camera in this case, and consequently, any criticism of technical images must be aimed at an elucidation of its inner workings. As long as there is no way of engaging in such criticism of technical images, we shall remain illiterate. So Flusser's quote, and of course his whole book, along with an attempt to complement a photography curriculum that already had classes focusing on its history, of the history of the medium, and of course the necessary technical skills for its practice. So these two reasons were the main inspirations for the structuring of the syllabus for alternative image making. Because when working with a concept, a narrative, or a subject in photography, it's not unusual that the format or the camera or the frame is found or applied after the idea is conceived, so as if to fit the subject. But we wanted to ask that, me together with Professor Kendall Rofe, what if the knowledge of how a camera works and behaves, together with the knowledge of the different contexts images have been used and are being used in today, could inspire the conception of new projects? So this was the question and the main idea of alternative image making, to go the other way around and propose an experimental class that asks students to consider formats and context before their subjects. So the course lasted for 15 weeks, and as I said, was co-taught with Professor Kendall Rofe, who took over its practical part, which focused on teaching students about alternative analog processes, both in and outside of the darkroom, while I focus on the theoretical side of alternative processes, both analog and digital, which are the part of the class I'll be focusing on today to talk about how students responded to deconstructive ideas and approaches to photography. And more precisely, I'll be focusing on 3 lectures that I gave during those 15 weeks. So camera formats and their influences on the image, which will be the first one I'll be talking about. Then film and photography, differences in editing, and to conclude, vernacular photography. So the course Alternative Image Making focused on deconstructing the systems of the image and also decoding their tools. So this curriculum started with a discussion of 2 chapters of Willem Flusser's book, Towards a Philosophy of Photography, which I quoted a bit from. And more specifically, the 2 chapters, the technical image and the apparatus, which in ways served as the backbone to the first lecture and also to the structuring of the syllabus. So Flusser's book was published in English in 1982, and it takes an approach very opposite to what the semioticians were doing at the time. For example, like Roland Barthes and Camera Lucida, which I believe was published in 1980 or 81 in English. So he takes a very opposite approach to what they were studying at the time. So not one photograph is mentioned in the entirety of the book, which instead focuses on the inner machinations of the image in the program of the camera which produces them. So Flusser, for a bit of context, so Flusser sees the technical images in contrast to traditional images, which would usually be paintings or illustrations. So he sees them in contrast as technical images being images that are made by apparatuses. So here are the tools that are used to create photography, such as the camera. And apparatuses, on their turn, are machines or black boxes, as he puts it, that have a text or a program that controls them. So to Flusser, technical images are images made by text because they are made by these cameras, which are programmed by a company or a brand or someone in particular. So therefore, it's important not only to read images, but also the tools that make them. So in the first lecture of the semester, students were shown different camera formats and brands ranging from well-known analog formats like 35 millimeter or medium format to more recent ways of making images like smartphones, as well as more unconventional cameras like webcams like we're using right now. So the focus here was to base the lecture on the idea of Flusser's program and to see these cameras through his eyes and through his perspective. So to start, the students were shown different camera packages and asked to discuss how the brand's packaging influenced the images taken with such camera, or if they didn't influence them at all. So surprisingly, when asked what they use more well-known cameras for, like for example, the Fujifilm Instax, most of the students had actually similar responses, like taking pictures of family, friends, or at parties, for example, which are all situations that are advertised in the camera's package. And meanwhile, when they were asked what they used their DSLRs for, the answers were much more open, just as the way these cameras are usually packaged in black or white boxes that have little information other than its technical capabilities. And for most cameras discussed in that lecture, students were shown both how the camera was or is advertised, together with how artists or professionals are using it today. And this proved useful because it showed how the tools used by photographers always have a program behind them, and as Flusser says. And it's important, and it's up to the artist, and it's important for them to decode the format in order to either follow its command or to subvert it. And this was Flusser. This was what Flusser was talking about when he mentions that if we do not decode the tools of photography, we shall remain illiterate. And in another lecture, which focused on the differences between film and photography, students were shown how the difference in time between the two mediums deeply affects the way they are perceived by the spectator. So this was important because it helped them see the place of images, not only in the world, but also in the psyche of the spectator. So the class started with a discussion of Christian Metz's article, Photography and Fetish, and every class of each week always started with a discussion on a text I found important for their learning. And Photography and Fetish by Christian Metz puts in perspective the contrast photography has to film when we look at their relation to duration. So basically what Metz says is that photography has no duration, while duration in cinema is set prior to the viewing by the filmmaker. And this, of course, has a lot of consequences in the two mediums and how they relate to the spectator. So throughout that discussion, students were asked to apply elements present in cinema like genre, continuous editing, and duration, which are not present in photography. And they were asked to try to apply that to photography in an open discussion. And this was useful, again, because it made them aware of the constraints and the freedoms in photography and how they can work around them, or how they have to work around them to actually get their message across. So it was important throughout the course that they understood how photography worked both for the author and the spectator. So they were more well aware of how the medium was actually read and how they could successfully employ these tools to create a story or to get a message across. And finally, so the final lecture I'll be covering in this talk focused on vernacular photography, which aimed to show yet another side of the medium, that of artists using images that are already available to tell a story of their own, but also not necessarily. And this was important because, as I said earlier, and also some of the other panelists mentioned, there is an overabundance of images today. And through vernacular photography, we can raise questions about authorship and ownership of the work, and also explore ways to maybe tell a story that is already out there with images that have been taken in the past by other photographers, and sometimes even anonymous or amateur photographers. And so at the start of the class, we actually discussed an article on how the aesthetic of Walker Evans's work could be considered vernacular, even though he was taking the pictures himself. And at the end of the class, we had an exercise that combined previous discussions in the editing of images, like we did in the previous lecture I covered, with the use of printed images that were sourced by the students. And these ranged from family photos to postcards they found at flea markets. And the exercise helped them put themselves in the place of the viewer who has to make sense of a collection of images which may not be thematically or visually linked, but once it's put in the same place, they actually have to make sense of that collection of images. So through seminars that aim to look at still and moving images from the perspective of alternative processes and deconstructive readings, alternative image making was sort of an experiment in reversing the pedagogy of teaching photography curriculum that I had the experience of learning from when I was a student. So the teaching of technical skills is, of course, very important to the education of photography, but it's already part of most curriculums. So alternative image making sought to be a response and as well as a complement to a traditional photo curriculum, and of course did not aim to dismiss these courses which are so important to the education of new photographers, along with courses on the history of the medium as well. And for the classes, the course's final project, students were asked to actually create a proposal for a project based on one or more of the concepts dealt with in class. And this, of course, aided me in assessing what the students had garnered from the discussions and the classes, along with allowing me to test the hypothesis that through decoding and deconstructing photography, as Flusser did, and by mixing a seminar approach with a practical one, I could help students understand the work they were creating, as well as showing them how the knowledge of the systems of the image can be beneficial to the reading of the work. And I can say, and I believe that results to this approach were positive, and deconstructing the systems of the image and its machines proved to be effective in making students think outside of the box and also employ their techniques in a deeper way. Students responded well to the discussions, and also most of them were engaged throughout the course. So through this experience of teaching, which was actually my first class, I believe that teaching photography today should include ideas about aiding students to navigate these muddy waters today that separate images from photographs, as well as feeding them the knowledge to separate the two along the way, and to contextualize images in a better way, and to understand what the role of the image is today. So I believe that also decoding the systems of the image, both for the author and the photographer, can help students see their work in a deeper way. So to conclude, I believe that today's teacher should act like a cartographer in ways, and always be knowledgeable of changing terrain. Our job is not only to show how it is done, but to teach students how to find a way to navigate the universe of the images themselves, so they can better understand the place of their work in and out of the art world. So I'd like to thank everyone for listening, and also for the opportunity, and I'll be happy to answer any questions later at the Q&A session.
Thank you, Lucas. Yeah, you received some questions that we will send you over once we have our last speaker.
Okay.
So great. On that note, I would like to invite Maria Jose Bello. Hello, Maria Jose. Nice to meet you. Nice to see you here. So Maria Jose will be talking about photography pedagogical project in the Museum for Memory and Human Rights. She's a professor of film and audiovisual studies at the University Austral of Chile. So I guess that is the middle of the night for you.
It's early in the morning. It's
Early
7.
in the morning. Okay, that's not too bad. I hope you had a cup of coffee. So I'll let you just start whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm very happy to join you, to join this conference. I am connected from southern Chile, Valdivia, and I will present a pedagogical photograph project that is part of my PhD research. And I will talk a little bit about the theoretical framework of this project and then about the practical work we did with young people in the Museum for Memory and Human Rights in Santiago. So images play a fundamental role in comprising the territory of memory that approached Chilean dictatorship, which was held from 1973 until 1990. And the portrayal in the media of the historical trauma had led to political violence was based on the use of documentary material. Photographs, reports, newspapers, videos, documentaries, posters, and so on. But how were these images communicated? And the question was, is it possible to think of a way of seeing that distance itself from an objective documentary logic? What is the role of images within a pedagogy of memory? This photography pedagogical project is part of a research which took place from 2010 to 2016. And the work in the museum with the youth was the result of an initial exploratory phase during which contact with the institution was established. In this first stage, the images that make up the museum's visual culture were analyzed, as well as the notion of memory that the museum was producing. At the same time, an inquiry was made into the pedagogy the museum was developing in an effort to learn about the role of images within this practice. The theoretical framework of this project is built on the need to define a pedagogical and artistic work related to memories of the Chilean dictatorship with young people situated in the present. The starting point has been a perspective that perceives memory not as a concept or accumulation of facts and stories about the past, but as an act situated in the present and expressed in embodied subjects. Ball points out that cultural memorialization should be understood as activities that occur in the present, in which the past is constantly modified and rewritten, and that these acts related to the past and inscribed in the present are in turn shaping the future. Ball emphasizes the active and performative dimension of these acts of memory. Cultural memory is not simply something that one carries, but something that one acts. In this sense, for the author, memory should be seen as an active and cannot as relegated to a merely individual scope. The need for a second person to act as a witness to a painful and evasive past confirms that memory cannot be confined to individual psyche. Rather, it is formed in the culture where the traumatized subject lives. The notion of memory acts related to the perspective of Jelin, who understands memory as a transformative task. Why talk about memory as work? Work as a defining feature of the human condition puts each person and society in an active and productive role. Each person is an agent of transformation, and in the process, they transform themselves and the world. Activity adds value. Referring then to the fact that memory implies work is to incorporate it into the task of generating and transforming the social world. Additionally, the project is rooted in the confirmation that the reiterative use of spectacular, violent media images about the past has led to a certain indifference or anesthetization of shock on the part of audience. For Frankel, when pain becomes a spectacle, communication is no longer effective. Therefore, Frankel asks, how would it be possible, whether at an individual or institutional level, to go beyond the narratives of the victim or a perspective based on guilt? She proposed that the solution is the creation of museum stories based on uncertainties, narrative openness, and dilemma, which according to her is not easy to achieve, given that museum culture does not tend to construct this type of narrative. El titre wrote an article where she criticizes what she calls the images of this memory. In regard to the scenes of La Moneda in flames, shown ad nauseum on broadcast television, the author says, "It seems impressive to see the violent onslaught of flames through the powerful concrete blocks. It is repeat incessantly. Some images that seem, how to express it, slightly oversaturated, excessive, unfocused. For Azoulay, a photograph is always the product of an encounter between the photographer, the subject, and the camera, and therefore can never belong to one single person or one single narrative. It is an object that is out there, and thus anyone can pull on one of its threads and arrange it in such a way that the images can be reopened to renegotiate what it shows, and possibly change everything that has previously seen in it. In this way, the photographic image is inscribed in the present. It is developing and becoming something. Carrying out research based on photographic narratives created by the young participant would therefore permit a reactivation and expansion of the contents and ideas of the exhibition, without the need to intervene through collaborative experimentation with this type of images. Frenkel analyzed how pedagogy should be conceived in an anomalous place of learning, such as a museum about historical trauma. The author highlights the paradox that we continue making ambivalent efforts of approaching what cannot be spoken. She coins the notion of difficult knowledge to refer to themes such as the Holocaust, slavery, AIDS, or apartheid, where it's easy to fall into attitudes of mere compassion towards the victims. As a solution, she proposed developing strategies that would promote knowledge based on uncertainties and dilemmas. Certainly, she urges us to put a new emphasis on museum spaces based on the value of ambiguity and in the distinctive to end stories. To end stories. To achieve this, an effort must be made to abandon a series of ideologies and rethink the power relationships that they established. The concept of post-memory, defined by Hirsch and later taken up by Viñas, introduces the idea of thinking about memory in a relation to different generations. The act of work of memory would have the capacity to confirm, update, and recreate connections between young people and history. Hirsch used the term post-memory to designate the second generation, that of the children of the victims, and how they relate to their parents' experiences, which they only remember as stories and images they grew up with. At the same time, these experiences are so powerful, so monumental, that they become memories of their own. In this way, they acquire a quality of the present. The author explains that post-memory is not a position of identity, but a space of remembrance. This space is created through acts of cultural and public remembrance, identification, and projection, more than through individual reflection. It is about adopting traumatic experiences, consequently the memories of others, as if they were your own, to see them as experiences that one could have and had, and incorporate them into one's own life story. The fieldwork with the youth took place during the month of January in 2013. 11 young people between the ages of 14 and 17 signed up for the workshop. And during 10 4-hour sessions spread over 3 weeks, they worked intensively to produce photographs and visual narratives. Additionally, 2 museum guides and 1 external assistant professor contacted by me participate in the workshop. In what areas would each participant contribute to the learning process? I, as the professor, photographer, researcher, prepared the visual examples, the research time and technical materials, and mediated the creative and dialogue process. The youth participants create images based on their tours of the museum, their visual culture, and their life experiences, based on the photographic content given during the workshop laboratory sessions, as well as their unique manner of being in front and behind the camera. The museum guides contributed their detailed knowledge of the museum space and participate in dialogue and debates. by giving a more institutional perspective. The assistant professor complemented my role with an emphasis on solving technical problems. During 3 intense weeks, we dedicated ourselves to spending time in the museum, walking corridors, staying silent, taking photographs, expressing our emotions, creating and debating in a space of freedom and respect. We were willing to analyze complex relationships and investigate a living and embodied experience of memory, understood as something that we activate in each encounter, in each image, in each word. The basis of the workshop was the following: walk, see, create, and share. What happens when post-memory youth walk through the museum? How do those who were born in democracy view the past? How do the dialogue with the images and stories of the exhibition? What images challenge them? What images are missing? What kind of future do they propose to build? The methodology of the workshop had the aspiration of collaborative and horizontal work with the young people. However, it was also based on the idea that creating images does not happen out of nowhere in a cultural vacuum. There are cultural and imaginary references that are at play. We had to define strategies in order to achieve the type of images that could connect with the museum from the subjectivity of the participants. The visual artists in the area of memory who served as reference for the research are Doris Salcedo, Christian Boltanski, and Lori Novak. They have investigated through the creation of images in the relationship with situations of political violence in different national contexts. The works of these artists allowed me to see that the construction of open visual system can effectively create new conceptual connections related to time from the present to the past. There were 3 other artists that I chose, not because they were linked to themes of memory, but because the methods of photography seemed to me to be resources that lent themselves to the exploration of the subjectivities of the museum. A training on self-portrait, which I attended in Barcelona with the artist Cristina Núñez, the work of the artist and educator Wendy Ewald, and the work of Gillian Wearing, were all fundamental for this project. So my photo in the museum was the first project we developed with the young people. And as the participants signed up for the workshop, I contacted them by email to ask them to send me 2 photographs, one family photograph and one photograph that says something about them. Once we met, we projected the photographs and each participant explained to the group the photographs they had sent and why. Once in the museum, each one of the participants had to choose one of the 2 photographs and during a free walk through the museum, about 45 minutes, put their image somewhere within the permanent collection that caught their attention to take a new photograph where this relationship would be expressed. The photographs acquired new meanings and generated other relationships once in contact with the cultural material of the museum. The pedagogical objectives of this exercise were following: to encourage an initial tour of the museum focused on the subjectivities of the participants without a guided tour, to explore the connections that were developing based on with their images, what arose and what affected them during their visit, to redefine the visual and written documents present in the exhibition through the creation of new images, to deterritorialize the images of the museum by taking them from an historical cultural reading to a reading based on subjective itineraries. Self-portraits were also very important in this project. During the planning of the visual methods, I gave a central place to the self-portrait because I decided that a research project focused on self-portraits should begin after visiting one of the exhibition part, which is called La Geometría de la Conciencia by the artist Alfredo Yar. Upon leaving this space, the participants note feelings and questions that had come up after their experience in that place. They then went one by one into the photography studio, which we installed in the guide educator room, where they had 15 minutes to take self-portraits using a self-timer based on the ideas that they had noted. In the studio, there was a small blackboard and chalk, so they could write concepts, sensations, or questions about Yar's work. The objective of this project was to release, explore, and transform the sensations provoked by the work through the creation of images, to use the body as an expressive material, to capture the temporary, the ethereal, the fleeting, the theatrical, the unrepeatable, and the spontaneity of gestures, to discuss the possible feelings of Yar's work through new images that emerge in the self-portrait. We then, the next day, we continued with other projects, self-portraits, where they could also bring things from their home to do this in acting. The idea was the participant could repeat an image that they had taken for the first self-portrait, focus on a specific topic, or make visible another aspect of the work. They would no longer work from spontaneity in a first impression, but rather from imagination. What do I want to show and how can I achieve? And before doing this second part, we review like a story of self-portrait in photography, so they can have also other reference. The objective of this second self-portrait project was to dilute the limits between fiction and reality, to condense feelings through the use of rhetorical figures, such as metaphors and allegories, to explore the possibilities of acting and performing to communicate about historical events. The next project we developed was the mapping of the museum journeys. One of the purposes of the project was to find out what moments or images of the museum would arise from the viewpoint of the young people. To approach this topic, one of the visual research projects consisted of mapping the subjective journeys of the young people through the museum space. The objectives of this part were to highlight the elements of the exhibition that stood out in the eyes of the young participants, to create a map that could resist narrative linearity, to observe also synchronicities and dissonances in the image of the youth, to make visible topics or spaces excluded in a standard visit of the exhibition. We then continue with another self-portrait project. This was not foreseen in the initial planning of the workshop. It came about as a result of the success of the self-portrait activity among the participants. And for this reason, I proposed that they interpret characters, that they look for characters or some important people that were shown in the museum that makes sense for them to represent. So the objective was to work based on the participant wishes, curiosity, and imagination, and to discuss the historical role of the chosen characters and their importance in the fight for human rights in Chile. So some of the photographs of resistance were in act, appear several times in their portraits. Also, they talk about the repression of artists, about women that were tortured. Here's also the role of writers. Pablo Neruda was interpreted by Camila. And the last project was called, was about objects. So we also saw some reference about the artists that use objects not only in photography, but in general in history of art. And this was to talk about how would they complete the museum exhibit. So the idea was also to talk about what was shown and what not shown and what they thought it was important to have in this exhibit. The origin of this project resided in a problem detected during the analysis of the permanent exhibition and confirmed in the observation of the activities of the students in the museum, which had to do with what was kept outside the framework of memory proposed by the institution. What happened before 1973? What was outside the limits of the exhibition? What about human rights in Chile today? So the objects were objectives was to bring up hidden or absent themes and to expand the time limits of the museum. Within the group, there was a concern for the current human rights situation in Chile. The object images expanded the time limit of the end of the dictatorship and made us rethink the political violence from a vision of the present. They sign out through their photographs that today the government and Chilean society has a debt with the indigenous Mapuche people of southern Chile, whose rights are not respected. The Mapuche have fought since the Spanish conquest to recover the lands and currently are systematically repressed by the police to silence their demonstrations and prevent their territorial claims. So memory does not have an ideal or pure character, nor do the museum structures that seek to portray it. They were related to images in the laboratory workshop and the contents addressed in the sessions, which examine visual material, allowed for an interruption of the display proposed by the museum, by accounting for the absences, paradoxes, conflicts, and tensions, by updating the stories about the past, the montage, and other that was initially presented to us as a concluded, was dismantled and re-politicized. For Didi Uberman, it is not only the images, but also the display, which established the position of each image with respect to the others, and of all images with respect to history. So just to end, it was very important, the writing process about these images that took place, a reflective writing process, which was derived also from common spaces of talking about what we were doing, and to building this open narrative from different points of view from all the participants, where each had the voice and was encouraged to talk about what they were seeing, feeling, and also photographing. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria Jose. So I'm going to ask everyone maybe just to turn on their camera so we can have the gallery mode. We have received several questions. Thank you, everyone, for this insightful morning. I think we receive a lot of questions, and I think we kind of cover a lot of aspects in how photography can be developed in different educational settings. If the gentleman here doesn't mind, I would like to start with a question for Maria Jose. I mean, I think what you said is really important, particular to me, because this is part of my PhD dissertation as well. Working about memory, I think, for example, the social and political movements of the late 20th century, as well as the emerging, I think, of new trends in contemporary museology, had favored the creation of these dedicated places to work with memory. And especially in South America, I'm thinking about Colombia, because this is, of course, a place that I know well, but also Spain. And I guess that they like to commemorate these great tragedies of human history, in particular the Holocaust, we know, with the Nuremberg and Tokyo processes against crime, the genocides, the Second World War. And these institutions have found in art, and in particular here photography, a good way to really maybe work with these very difficult topics, and how they develop pedagogical tools, and how photography is helping here a lot in that sense. You mentioned actually Doris Salcedo, and I don't know if you know the work that she developed, Fragmentos.
No.
This is actually an interesting piece that she developed, because she used 37 tons of weapons turned over the guerrilla, the FARC, and that were melted down by ladies, I mean, a group of people, women that were sexually abused by these people. And she created this counter monument about memory. And they only see, when you enter the space, it's an empty block, it's a cube, and it's white, but they only see, the piece actually is the floor. And then now they invite a lot of people a lot of artists to contribute to that, and of course, photographers. And my question to you here was a little bit more about, how do you, as someone that works with a museum, set up learning outcomes? And how, when you work with these people, what are your expectations with these people when they come to the museum to use photography, and how they can just take something out of that, working with this such a horrible topic that was, for example, the dictatorship in that you mentioned as well. So I was interested to know a little bit more about the other side, with the people that participated in this project.
Yes, it was for me. I was very curious about this new generation because when I was at school, we were not learning about this period. It was absent. So everything I had learned was about documentary films, Patricio Guzmán, Battle of Chile, and this kind of content. And I was curious about if they know about this, if they care about this. So the invitation for this project was very open, and it was also present as they were learning technical things about photography, but to talk about the relationship with the past. So the group that arrived was very diverse. There were people that had no interest in politics or in history, and others that had very traumatic experience with dictatorships in their families. So it was very interesting to have them talking together. And they were also coming from different parts of Santiago, some of very poor places and other from very wealthy places. So it was a very powerful encounter between them and also with the guides and the people of the museum. And also the guides helped me a lot because they were working in this very difficult place, and they have a lot of visits of schools with, I don't know, 30, 40 young people, children, and they just talk, they see their faces, but it was difficult to have like something more too deep in this content, no? So we were all part of this moment of a very important talk about the past. And also what was very interesting is that they made a lot of connections with the present, and not only with Mapuche problems, but also with the problems of the privatization of health and also education and the difficult life for Chilean people now, social injustice. And it was very interesting because I was invited last week by the museum because they made a balance or a review of that, because the museum exists since 2010. So it was the 10th anniversary. And they say, Maria, please come and talk about your project, because many of the things we talk with the young people and the photos they made are very connected with Chile now, no? And with the social upheaval from last year. And it was interesting to see that they were very conscious and critical young people. And it was for me very rich to work with them, and also to see that Chile had changed a lot, because I lived for a long time, for 10 years in Europe, and also about the experience with these people. I thought, no, I want to be in Chile now, because things are happening, are changing, people are talking and want to change and go forward with not leaving the past away, but confronting it and changing what we don't like from this heritage from Pinochet.
Thank you. We had two questions on what you just said. I mean, Somersault asked if were these children related to the desaparecidos, the disappear? And the other question is for Mark Skoku. What are your thoughts about the new regulations about street photography in France? I don't know if you know about that. And in a way, forbid publication of photos of police in action.
Yeah, very short to finish. One of the girls, Maria, she was from a family that was where are some disappeared people, and where for her it was very important, this project, to have a place to talk about their family, about things she had never talked. And also when I asked them to bring objects, she brought, for example, many books that they had hidden in the ground, under the ground of the yard, not to be persecuted and to not have evidence of this political content in their home. So it was very interesting. And also many of the parents talked to me and said, it was the first time I talked with my child about this, so thank you. It's important to develop this kind of project where art can mediate and help us to talk about that. Yeah. Thank you.
And the other question about, I don't know if you're familiar with that, or maybe this question could be open to all of you, is about what's going on right now about street photography in France, where there is this new law that prohibits the communication of those images where you can identify the faces of the police force. And we forbid publication, and you can actually get sued if, for example, the police can get because we used to get cases where the forces were identified by people, and then there were contact on social media, and they received some messages. And so I don't know if maybe any of you would like to comment about that general comment on street photography and how, you know, this could be maybe allowed or not. I mean, because you're also in different parts of the world.
Shall I respond? Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, we can hear you.
Yes, okay. Well, I think it's a difficult situation, and perhaps I don't know the full extent of the regulation in France. But it's not unusual to have regulations around where and who you may photograph. So all around the world, I think there's certain questions around metro systems and places of security. But I think if we really think about that, it's, you know, we live in a space of surveillance where there is an authority looking after us or looking at us. And so there's the question, why it cannot be reciprocated? Why can I not look similarly? And understanding that individuals are perhaps subjects of authority rather than the authority themselves. Of course, there are questions around their safety. But of course, I think there are larger questions because these questions around who's in control of commercially owning the image, eventually the authority behind it, is perhaps something else. So I'm thinking around kind of commercial institutions that own people's faces by mere registration. A lot of the banks may check your face, may use public information. And so there's a question around surveillance in general. I think one needs to see it as a step, and one needs to kind of caution that the one thing follows the other. So as a single regulation, perhaps it is not that disturbing, but one perhaps should see it within a larger context of different laws. I always appreciate a law that used to be a problem for photographers in Zimbabwe. It basically said that you are not allowed to loiter, and this means hanging around without purpose. And so photographers were often arrested by the Mugabe regime because they were loitering. And the idea of definition of loitering, of course, stretches and go very far. And so I think as a single law, of course, it sounds quite absurd. But if you understand the state mechanisms of control, then it becomes quite clear what the purpose of this is. And so I think for me, it's one law within a purpose, and that purpose becomes clear when you start to look at other laws.
Thank you, John. I don't know if anyone else wants to say anything, or I do have another question for you, John. A little bit going back to, we were talking about with Maria about the audience and the people that participate, and we talked before about the curriculum and the importance of maybe changing or updating or kind of reviewing or shifting the curriculum or looking at the curriculum from a different perspective. And you mentioned two things that actually I agree with, and I would like to hear more about how do you think we should cultivate in a classroom empathy and engagement, or even in the curriculum. And I ask you this question because I know where you're located. I know what type of difficulties, maybe technical difficulties or maybe institutional difficulties you could face because of the lack of access to many things. But despite of all that, you still manage to actually help and walk these younger generations into something. And this is a great idea that one of the winners of this year actually comes from South Africa. I mean, he was trained in South Africa in this institution. So I think I would like to hear a little bit more, maybe that approach, if you already include that empathy and engagement in that process. And if not, what would be your advice for us as institutions to maybe think about that?
Well, I can only share one as of many, and I hope my other colleagues can also contribute. I suppose, over the years, I think the most effective way of getting people to understand how their pictures work is when it's pictures of self, when it's pictures of home. When you see yourself in a picture, most of the time your empathy might be a little bit strengthened. And so very early on in curriculum, I think it's essential that people start to photograph own self, their homes, people that they love, and start to put them on the walls, because that kind of creates an awareness for those photographers to start to think about how does it feel when people are discussing people that you love. I think that's really important. I think, as Maria had mentioned, this idea of memory is also something quite important. So when we start to look at pictures of our own memory, then it starts to shift our thinking around what the picture might mean and what it possibly can say to others. And I think that's really important. But there's also, a lot of other techniques and things that are often used, is this idea of countering that you've mentioned, and that is when you have to speak on behalf of, even if it's not your community, even if it's not photographs of you, setting up debates where people have to, or where they are encouraged to think on behalf of others. So it's this idea of gaze. Can I think of my own gaze? Can I think of how I photograph? And I think this empathy perhaps should be for us that have a gaze, that struggle to contain our own gaze without that kind of vulnerability. And I think, of course, very important in any working group, you have to have diversity. You have to have people coming from different places, gender, sexuality, and that diversity in itself brings an awareness, a constellation of debate that I think otherwise would not be possible. But I think that often it is also about photographers being taken seriously. And so you can fool around a lot, and you can take a lot of pictures where you can show your pictures and you don't have any feedback. But once you get feedback on photographs that is critical, you start to think about not only empathy, but also questions of your own reputation. How do you set yourself out there? And I think social media is a very important tool to manage that aspect.
Thank you, John. And in that same line, I would like to ask a question about, so the curriculum will receive a question for Steve and Lucas about the notion of deconstruction. But I don't think Steve talked about it. I think it was more Lucas who talked about deconstruct the curriculum and maybe address new ways of, or new elements to the curriculum. But so I've got two questions maybe that could respond or go in that sense. Would be, Steve mentioned something about we cannot communicate anymore with images. Or if we do, the audience actually does not care anymore about it. So I think maybe here the question will be for you to develop a little bit more about the thinking device. You mentioned about that thinking device, and maybe this is the way we deconstruct the conventional photography. And maybe for Lucas, if you could develop a little bit more on that notion, because I know that you talked a lot about it. And if you could maybe end it up by telling us a little bit more, and I just here connect a little bit and go back to the first question that I asked to Maria. It's about the audience. Since you were working with students, is why do you think, and what was the feedback that why the students are interested today in 2020 to go back to alternative photo processes and understand photography as a kind of historical process, mechanical, chemical process, why this is important today to these younger generations? Steve, if you want to start maybe with the thinking device, or maybe reframe the deconstruction notion in your...
Okay. Well, let me go quickly back to George Orwell 1984 novel, because what John has just mentioned with the problem of surveillance in society. Well, this was very much well depicted. The novel of Orwell was exactly a portrait of a totalitarian society at the time when there were no computers at all, no internet, and no cameras whatsoever. So, and that novel should, if we reread today that novel, it reveals and it should make us all think about that the way we perceive technology. Is technology working toward moral good, or it can also facilitate something more evil, like what probably is happening in France? So this is my answer to the previous question. But starting from here, then let's go to move forward with the idea I've expressed before, when I provocatively said that we cannot speak through images anymore. Well, somehow Lucas in his speech has talked about this, you know, when we take pictures, actually, we are writing, we are using codes, we are using machine. My point was a little bit different from the construction. My point is more about relating to the language. So we use, well, I'm saying that as now we are looking and talking each other, actually we are talking to image of ourselves, right? So what's happening is that if more and more the image through technology becomes our own voice, then practically we are not, you know, we are not speaking, it's technology speaking for us. So I know it's very conceptual, but it's actually what is happening. You know, in this moment, there's a technology speaking from me, right? Are we all aware of this? Because if not, we are not truly understanding the scenario we're facing. So this is my thing. The fact is, as much as the audience is conditioning our image, ourselves, or the image we build of ourselves, then we are not speaking through images. You know, it's the image that speaks for us, and that's why I've quoted Heidegger when, in the 1950s, he formulated the language speaks thinking device, saying that language speaks for us because we are not using words that we have invented. So basically, we are using invented words. So actually, it's the language that spoke us. In the same way, machines are spoken as today. So this paradoxically is pushing us to a limit where actually we are not speaking through images anymore. We are spoken by images, and which the risk behind this, I guess, but it's not just me, of course, is the fact that if our image is a likable image because it's driven by the audience, and the fact that we all have to appear and be, you know, accepted out there into the game, what I've called the open prayer of internet, which is the game we play today. We are playing now. We have been playing the past 2 days with this conference. So this is my concern. If our image has to be a likable image, then it's not us that's speaking anymore. Of course, it's very conceptual, it's very radical, but you know, radical position an extreme position can help us to focus on the scenario. That was my point. I hope I've been a little bit more clear now.
Yeah, I'd like to start by connecting what you quoted from Heidegger, because I think that we can connect a bit like what Flusser says about how he differentiates technical images from traditional images. Oh, am I okay? The way he differentiate those two is that in traditional images, for example, a painting, what we have to decode is usually the mind of the painter, and like to see how they got there and how they painted such a thing. And with photography, what he says is that since it's a technical image, we need to actually decode the device. So similar to what Heidegger was saying, I think in photography, we're also being spoken by the image, but not only the image, but also the camera, because there's a program there, you know, that is written by a brand. If it's like a Canon or a Nikon or any of these huge camera brands today, you know, we're actually being spoken by these cameras. And I think that it's important to kind of like take a deconstructive approach with students, because I think that a lot of them come into photography, and definitely myself included when I was a student, as with this approach that I think most people have of like photography being a kind of truth, which I think we kind of evolved, you know, both in photography and cinema, we evolved from it being a scientific novelty, then to being this tool to document things and to tell the truth. And then around the 60s or 70s, I particularly learned that from Susan Sontag of, you know, there is like manipulation in photography, and we're choosing how to frame certain things, and you know, it's not as true as we think. And in cinema, I think the same thing happened. And I think it's important to take a deconstructive approach of telling students, okay, you're creating images, but there's like this tool behind it that has a text written in to create such images, and so I think it's important to demystify photography in some sense, and not to create an illusion like we have in cinema as well. So I think, to me, like, this deconstructive approach is important in order to like demystify photography. But I also think that that's an approach that is maybe that can't really be applied to every student and photographer, because I think ultimately it will depend a bit on the work. I think some of them require a suspension of disbelief that could be affected by this deconstruction. So I think these are kind of my general ideas. I hope I wasn't too confusing.
Thank you, Lucas. I think John wants to add something.
Yeah, so I think, you know, I think that there's a lot to say about technology becoming a kind of instrument that somehow interprets what we are saying and how it speaks on our behalf. But I'm also wondering if, you know, we certainly know this, but in the history, this kind of language that the camera uses is also one of the authority of conventions. And certainly in the history of objection, of suppression, of oppression, it is not new that the camera is being used in such a way. And so I'm thinking that between this idea that we are very concerned about the technology that might distract us, I'm also very worried about the ideas of relationships, how those are at play. And so in the larger picture, technology is a tool, and it certainly remains a very complicated tool, because that tool has got an ownership, and the tool somehow belongs to those that have got the money in capitalist society, and creates all kinds of hierarchies. But the language, which is also part of that tool, is something that perhaps is more democratically owned. And perhaps the language is still the concern, even with the new tool. So these things can never be separated from each other. And so even though the tool might be speaking to us, the tool also uses conventions. And the conventions are the ones that are the politicized ones that come from previous tools. Sometimes that for me is quite important to remember.
Thank you, John. I think that Pedro wanted to say something, and maybe I could jump and add you a question so you can maybe answer the question after. I was thinking about what Lucas was talking about deconstruction, then what John said about the technology. And so I'm trying to link what it is to what was said at the beginning of Pedro's presentation. And I know that you cannot predict the future, but I mean, do you think because of the COVID situation, people will be more interested or will lean more into something that would be online programs or online maybe degrees? Because I mean, as institutions, and I think you and I actually went through a lot of changes and a lot of difficult times to adapt the curriculum to something that was not our expertise. And somehow we have to still remain competitive and deliver those learning outcomes, immediate learning outcomes, despite all this craziness and the tool that, that we see sometimes at the beginning, we saw it as something that was distracting everyone and the curriculum and how difficult. So we have to come up with new ways, of course, of meeting the same outcomes in another way or from another perspective. So I know that that you have some experience in the online learning as well and teaching, because this is what you do in Shifta. So maybe if you want to maybe comment on that, and of course, I think you had something to say about the deconstruction.
Yeah. Okay, no, just before I answer this question, if I may, I might disagree partly with Steve and Lucas, following what was John saying. I think I find sometimes difficult to focus and to think on technology. I think we should be at this time, at this moment of history and photographic history, we should be over technology. I think we should take care about what we can do with images and what images do, and what John was saying about relations between different images and different disciplines. So it is true that I think we still have to pay that price of talking about technology. But if you look at other disciplines, they don't have been talking that much about technology as we have been doing in photography since it was invented. No, Lucas was talking about painting. Well, I can't imagine any debate about painting talking about the tools. Obviously, I know we can't compare, a brush with a camera, or maybe we can. It's not about what the machine does. No, I try to teach my students that they shouldn't care at all about technology, and obviously taking images with a phone or with an iPad or with a large format camera produces a completely different type of images. But it's not about the type of images, but about what we want those images to be and to say and to do, and the reaction from that. So I disagree partly with that. And then following to your question, Klaus, well, actually, I don't know. I think what COVID has done that's my feeling, to distant learning is to put ourselves in 5, 6, 7 years time. So because we all have been doing this learning, teaching through this COVID pandemic, and obviously there are very good things about that, and obviously also very negative aspects of that type of learning. But I don't think it will substitute on-campus learning, but I think it's here to stay, and to stay for a long time, and probably also some other types of learning that we are starting to experiment as blended programs, in which you have part on campus and part online. Now, for example, we have discovered how easy it is to invite a lecturer who is in New York and don't having to pay a plane ticket. And you easily could have potentially any teacher from any country of the world with a minimum cost. So I think online teaching is here to stay, as I say, and also because, or I feel that many people are the traditional way of going to university, and here maybe we should difference between undergraduate and postgraduate, which I think are quite different approaches. But mainly in postgraduate, this is what we do, or what I do in Elizaba and in Shifta. Many students, they don't have full time to give you to study the program, and maybe they want to continue with their careers and they want to do other things at the same time they take a postgraduate program. So this distance or online programs allow them to do that, to be, maybe even in Barcelona, we have, I was saying that before, we have in Shifta, we have students who live in Barcelona, and Elisaba is in Barcelona, and they could easily take the on-campus program, but they choose to take the Shifta program, online program, because they want to keep on with their lives, or maybe they can compromise every single afternoon. Then don't forget the money. It's cheaper to study online than to study, not that much, but it is cheaper because obviously there are other costs. It was, I don't know if you heard, that huge controversial in the States. Harvard University decided to go online with all the programs this year and charging exactly with the same fees than the year before. Exactly the same. So it costs you exactly the same, probably by being. So yeah, that's what I feel. I think it's not just the only future, but it is a future on online teaching and learning for sure.
Thank you, Pedro. So we have received several questions as well. I don't know, Steve, you had something do you want to add quickly to this so we can move to the questions? You're muted.
Here I am. Sorry. So I was just quickly feel to answer to Pedro because I'm actually agree with his doubt. I remember last year conference in Venice. Pedro had brought the example of that fashion industry, Zara, if I don't remember well, and Zara now makes the photo studio through robots instead of humans, right? So that example was a very good example. That remind us a thing. The first thing, it reminds that we are our history, as I said in my speech, is a history of tools. Actually, we are an instrumental animal, basically. That's what differentiates us from other animals. So we use tools. So all our history is a history of tools, and the camera is just another tool. What I think is interesting, but we have to consider this history, is that we reach a point where actually we are not using technologies, it's technology that are using us. This is the historical change, and we have to understand this. I give you a very short example. When you are posting picture on Instagram or on Facebook, you are not using Facebook, Facebook is using you. So this is the twist, right? That's why the conclusion of my speech was about the need to introduce an ecology of seeing, which brings in ethics and which brings those 4 directions that I had mentioned. So, bottom-up approach with local citizens and the other 3 directions I had mentioned. So anti-colonial approach to curatorial processes, and the other ones, right? But it all starts from this. So I totally agree that we are an instrumental animal, so we don't have to talk about technology because we are that type of animal. But there is this twist in history that actually it's technology which is using us now, which makes the game a little bit different. So this was just to conclude on. Otherwise, it sounds like I missed the speech. The very important part of my speech, that was this one.
John, do you wanted to say something?
I suppose, it links very well to your previous question. And so in any war, you would fight with some kind of weapon. And choosing the weapons of war is the kind of democratic solution, right? You can choose, we can agree to which weapons we will fight with. And this is perhaps what's happening in France, is that the choice of weapons are now restricted. You may not photograph police.
Thank you, John. We have been receiving a lot of questions. So if, I don't know, Lucas, you wanted to say something quickly?
Yeah, I just want to add another thing about tools. Like, for example, John, what you were saying about the tools of a war, for example, I think it's interesting to think about how specific cameras have helped in social documentary photography. For example, having smaller cameras, both in film and in photography, have helped people get like closer to their subject, because like we can't really imagine someone just like lugging around a large format camera to, I don't know, take pictures of a war. Of course, that has happened before, but you know, like the advent of like 35mm cameras and point and shoots have just like made it so much easier to like document certain things, which I think is also like a little bit of a point of like my lectures, is like thinking about the camera before the subject to see if that some of like the functions of the camera can inspire the creation of a concept. Because I do agree with Pedro. I think that at the end, like it doesn't matter the camera as long as like as you can convey your message at the end. But I think thinking about it before can bring in some interesting concepts to a subject.
Thank you, Lucas. So we have been receiving a lot of comments and questions on YouTube. And I think that some of a very nice way that described this session this morning, someone said that it's an ecology of seeing. That was mentioned by Steve, but also we're actually trying to talk about the interdisciplinary way of looking. So I think it's quite interesting. And when we think about photography a century ago, it was a very specific field. And now today, when we talk about image making, photography image making, we need to include other fields to the conversation, such as sociology, anthropology, politics, economy. And when this question, actually, we have received several questions, so I'm trying to group them actually in one because we're running out of time. It was a little bit more about the educational system. So because someone says that artists are born artists, but education can enable them to transmit their artistry to others, just as language enables us to transmit our thoughts. Do we all think that artistry can be transmitted? If yes, is education a fundamental way for this? And maybe if you have some examples, that would be a good way to illustrate. I don't know who wants to respond to that question.
So perhaps, just to start it off, I think, so the real question for me is, what is an artist? What does an artist do? And so what are these kind of qualities of an artist when they are born or when they are there? Because I think that's somehow how I see an artist. So an artist is not one singular being, it is a multiple being. Some of them are more playing with form, some of them are more interested in content. And so this idea of a singular understanding of what an artist does or who an artist is, I think is perhaps the first question. Sorry, there's an alarm. I hope you can still hear me. I think so. When we think about what people are learning and who they are at the age of, say, 15, 16, 18, I think a lot of what we have said earlier is that people, the choice of photography, or the choice of any career, is a lifelong becoming. It is not something that I think you just are. You become at various stages with more focus on one aspect and later on another aspect. And I think as this organically develops, you would become an artist at the end. So I don't know if I agree with this idea of a singular type of being an artist. I think that once we can define art, which is already quite a difficult notion, to define what is an artist beyond that is quite difficult. And again, my special example in South Africa certainly would be how photography has developed. If we look at people, well, let's call it the struggle photographers, people that come from a tradition of photojournalism, rather social documentary, as a way to resist the state and resist expression. Are they artists or are they activists? And that's been a very long discussion in South Africa as an example of how complicated this sometimes is.
There is also a question about, I think here the question was more about not artistry itself, but more about the artist and what the artist communicates and emits. And so what do you think of the much spoken thought that our thoughts are limited by our vocabulary? I question that is my idea. Sorry, it disappeared. The question disappeared. So what do you think? What do you think of the much spoken thought that our thoughts are limited by the vocabulary we use? So the question disappeared, and now I just have a wrong question. I don't know.
Well, maybe I can say something about that. I tried.
You received the question as well?
No, I haven't, but I think I understand where it's pointing at. I mean, let's think about studies of anthropology just proved that indigenous people had much more words than us in their vocabulary, basically. So if the number of words you use describe our world, basically, because we describe the world through our words, our vocabulary, then their world was much bigger than ours. So they have like different names to tell how the winds were flipping through the leaves. And so they have many colors, like in a palette. To compare, they had much more colors than we had today. So shifting from words to colors, to simplify. So I guess this is the point then. As an artist, you probably want to expand your vocabulary, your number of words, or your number of colors. So be at least aware about the infinite possibility of palettes and colors, so that your world is bigger. I guess this is the basic assumption. I don't know if I have answered to the question because I haven't read it.
Well, disappeared anyway. So maybe since
sorry, Klaus, about disappearing. The fact that when the words disappear is actually happening to our vocabulary, then what is disappearing with us is also the world. Finish.
Thank you, Steve. So maybe we could all say something about. There is a last comment that was made on what Pedro said. There is a lot of effort for making a lecture from a faculty, and that has doubled with these new online platforms. So maybe if you have, because we have thought about institutions, about people, about different communities, different issues as well, the medium as well. But I think we forgot here today, and I think there is still time to talk about it, is for these faculty members or these instructors, workshop instructors, or these people that deliver this curriculum. And I think we can, of course, produce some projects and drop some curriculum and curricula in general. But I think it's we need to think about what are the tools, and someone mentioned weapons before, what we are giving those tools to these instructors to really deliver that message and really equip our future generations to do that. And I personally also, my classes actually were shifts online, and it represents, of course, a lot of more work. And I guess we were not trained to do that work. And maybe, we can start with Pedro, and if any of you have some experiences or maybe thoughts about how we're going to face that in the future, maybe some advices. I see that some faculty, actually, they're here as well as part of the audience.
Mm. Well, I start with one. I think we have to make a difference here between what we have been doing or some of you. I'm not doing online teaching now because of the COVID. I'm doing online teaching as online teaching. But what we have all done through the COVID-19 pandemic, maybe was not online teaching. It was just trying to, let's see what we can do and how we can do it as soon as possible. So we continue with our programs. We were in the kind of the last part of the program, so we tried to do what we could, and probably in many cases doing the same that we would have been doing on a campus based, but online through a computer, getting all the students together at the same time and delivering some lectures and then sending to them as many exercises as we could. So we felt, or this is how we felt in Elizaba, that if we send the students as many tasks as possible, we felt we were doing our jobs. And I think actually that's a big mistake. That's one of the first mistakes we have done several years, and now I think we are doing that right in terms of thinking that, okay, in an online structure, we send as many tasks and as many projects as possible. So, the students, they have lots of things to do. And this is not about quantity. I think you were saying about tools. There are plenty of tools. There are so many tools that you cannot use all of them to give you different resources to do different and to approach differently lectures. And maybe lectures are not lectures anymore. We do lectures on live lectures, and then we record some lectures. But the process of learning in an online system is not based on the lecture. It's based on the independent study. Is based on the relationship between the lecturer and the student. It's based on the tools that you use, and it's based mainly on how you do these things. And we use tools for do some gamification and try to emulate some gaming, but through the projects and with these master classes and with these micro learning pills that we send to the students constantly, sometimes through the campus, but sometimes through WhatsApp or Facebook or Instagram or Telegram or Snapchat or any media. So it's a very diverse way of sending to the student the information, and the student has several opportunities and different ways of getting into that. Even very practical, very practical materials as for example lighting. How do you do lighting? How do you do studio practice in an online form? Well, we do. There are now these days these simulators. People studying medicine use simulators to have these practices in hospitals. So it's exactly the same in photography. It's not the same, obviously. It is not the same. It is not the same. It is an online or a distant learning program, but we cover pretty much the same that you would cover in an on-campus program. Obviously, differently, but with a different. With different timings. The time that online student has to be able to study is completely different to a full-time on-campus student. So
in that sense,
and sorry, I just finished. And the most important thing that we have learned through these years is to just go to the really, really, really important stuff and get away of what it is accessory and that you don't really need, and the student doesn't really need, and you go right to the point. Sorry.
No, it's a question about what you were saying about the, we still do the job and we still actually do it differently, but the job is prepare, is deliver. So I'm just going back to what we said about the Harvard University, that they were applying the same tuition fee. So do you think that we should do the same because the work is prepared?
No, because in Harvard, I think it's obviously because reputation and all of that, but I don't think people are prepared to pay the same tuition fees than on a campus. No way. No, because you don't have. You do have more cost in labor, in preparing and getting everything ready, but also you spend less money in terms of installations and equipment and all the stuff. So here in our case, and I think in most of the cases, is cheaper. It's like 30-40% cheaper an online course than an on-campus.
Thank you, Pedro. I don't know if anyone wants to conclude with something because we're just run out of time. And I think, Maria, you want to say something?
Yes, I want to comment on my faculty. I'm teaching in an audiovisual new school in southern Chile. And it has been very interesting because we have been adapting very fast to what is happening. And we at the beginning, we didn't know what tools have the students to continue with this online studying, because we thought they had all internet, but they hadn't, that they had all a cellular phone. Not all of them had, not all of them. A lot of them were following the course in their phone and not in their computer. So it was very important to see what they had and how the university could help them. Many of them, they abandoned. And we also had this, we were like very stressed in the beginning and said, no, we have to give them a lot of things to do. The same, they are at home, they have a lot of time, but some of them are working, or I am more on the theoretical courses. So they say, no, we don't make practical, give them a lot of readings, but they were reading on the phones. So for us, it was very important to open the dialogue with them, also with the students, to see what was possible to make, and also to share experience between the different academics and professors to see what was working, what not, how to follow their processes of learning. And now, on the end of the year, we're making also a conference where we want to share how to create and how to teach in times of crisis. Also to share experience, I think it's very interesting, and also international experiences, and see how we can follow with something that will continue for a time.
Thank you, Maria Jose. I think we can maybe end with that feedback from another continent. From the South, I think it's important to receive this feedback and learn from what other institutions are doing, because I think this is an unprecedented situation for a lot of us. And I think it seems to be continuing at least for a couple of months. I would like to invite everyone to come back at 2:30 for the professional learning settings section that will start at 2:30. We're going to start with the launching of the catalog of the 2020 edition. So we will have the 3 curators with us, and I think we will have also many of the finalists and winners. But also there will be a lot of interesting case studies from institutions, collectors, and other initiatives, private and public. And I think it will be interesting to have maybe another perspective and how this is photography and education are also getting influence and are influencing the other institutions. A big thank you, a special thank you to all the speakers this morning. I think it was a very interesting morning. We received a lot of questions, and people were engaging a lot in the chat. Thank you very much, and I'll see you everyone at 2:30 this afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Welcome back. I hope that you can hear me well. We will kick off the afternoon session by launching the 2020 Catalogue of Blurring the Lines. For the 5th edition, we received 151 very high quality projects coming from 38 participating photography institutions worldwide. For this edition, the curators Lisanna Van Happen, Steve Bisson, and John Fleetwood selected 3 winners, 33 finalists, and gave 26 special mentions. The latter will be part of the Photodoc Digital Expert Exchange program, and the artists will have the opportunity to pitch their projects to a large group of international experts. 2020 will be remembered as the year in which the world faced unprecedented decisions to do everything needed to remain united, competitive, and rooted in solidarity. A year in which education system changed, a year of health disparities and socioeconomic inequalities, to name a few. This edition has a distinct flavor, and the theme commitment was an opportunity that allowed institutions and photographers to be part of this collective response somehow. The question of photography's commitment to real-world issues and its relationship to societies provides significant directives for promoting a social engagement for photographers in changing photography as a powerful tool. Blurring the Lines response was to create an active advocacy committee that promotes and supports parity, a global platform for discussing how non-formal models of education can succeed, and how we can provide access to education despite geographic and socioeconomic inequalities. To everyone involved in this year's project, in addition, I extend a sincere and heartfelt bravo, good work, and thank you. A special mention to the academic institutions for their constant commitment over these 5 years, and also to education in general. To the participants for their continuous creativity and commitment to life and social issues, especially in times of uncertainty and despair. And of course, to our partners that believe and support the importance of education as a tool to enhance progress and make the world a better place. I will now turn the floor to my dear colleagues and curators of this edition. In preparation of this conversation, I asked them to maybe talk a little bit about the topic, the theme of commitment, and how they came up with this very good selection. Thank you very much and enjoy the conversation. Maybe Lisanna, if you want to start.
Thank you, Klaus. Thank you, everyone, for inviting me. I'm happy to be part of this. It was a great pleasure to be part of this jury and also a great pleasure to be part of this conference. Well, John, Steve, and I, we talked a few months ago already about the selection of the artists. And by choosing this topic, I think it's maybe mainly up to John to tell something about that, because he actually came up with that specific topic, which is fantastic, I have to say, because I think it is all about commitment as a photographer these days. And the projects that we have selected are coming from all over the world. So the commitment, both locally but also internationally, to important topics is very relevant these days, especially when Corona is now also hitting us. And you see that photographers cannot travel the world and have to focus on local issues, maybe even more than they're used to. That's quite interesting, how you are committed to these local topics, and how these local topics are also connected to international bigger problems. So I think the commitment of the photographer in relation to their audience, to the people they work with, the people they photograph, that is very important. So that's why we thought the commitment issue is something we can work with in general, because that is something that probably bonds all these photographers worldwide, no matter what they're dealing with on a more local, personal level, maybe. Would you like to add something to that, maybe, Steve or John? Or?
Well, I'll let John maybe introduce the motivation also behind the choice of, for the first time actually in EVA, we had a topic, a real topic, and I think it would be great for maybe for John to to maybe introduce the theme of commitment.
Okay, well, so I think my part of this was actually finding the theme of commitment. So it was pre-decided. But when we started writing the jurors report, I was kind of interested in looking to this idea of a commitment to understand. Very much in the frame of what Lisanne had mentioned. Well, let's perhaps step back. That at the moment when this award started, it was actually prior to COVID, as we now know. So the theme was commitment before COVID. And for me, it was kind of interesting to see how that then shifts during this process of COVID. What is it that we see that comes to the front? And other than the absolutely enjoyable moment to be able to look through all of this all of this interesting work, I was quite amazed by the sense of how committed people are around the world to kind of different languages, different sensibilities, and thinking around how photography makes sense within particular spaces. And so our job was this commitment to understand. We needed to find how this work speaks to a global audience, a general larger audience, but also thinking the importance of this work within a more local context. I was particularly interested in these kind of sensibilities of languages and the fact that we speak about photography, but actually we are thinking about photographies, that it's a plural, that it's a diverse way of speaking to the world, different kind of ways of presenting images. And I think there's incredibly important histories of photography around the world that sets up this kind of way of speaking. And even though we perhaps missed quite a bit because of our inability to really understand all these languages, I think they also come together in a space of showing urgent and necessary work. And I think that in particular, the kind of wide scope of dealing with urgent issues speaks about our world. Perhaps not such a great place, but certainly a space of sharing. And I think the commitment to understand can only be improved by this ongoing sharing. And I think that was really fantastic. I mean, perhaps another point that I wanted to mention is, behind every photographer, behind every student, there is a concerned educator. And I'm very much aware of the amount of attention that it takes from lecturers, from our educators, to make sure that photographers develop work, the critical kind of aspects in developing this work. And I think one of the questions earlier today in the conversation was around empathy. And I think empathy starts with our lecturers, with those who train our photographers, with the institutions beyond them that shows empathy to their staff. So this cycle of empathy is very much part of thinking around how we make great work.
What can I add to what Lisanne and John has said? Having been the curator of this incredible project from the first edition, I can really tell that being part of this observatory is both a privilege and a responsibility. It's a privilege because having a chance every year to approach such a selection made by the network of schools, because there's a first selection which is made by the schools. This year were more than about 24, about more than 30 schools from 24 countries. So it's a privilege to receive this selection first. Being person that work with images, that study, research, images. So it's really a privilege. it's such a, I would say, a cultural biodiversity. So it's pretty amazing to join this process. And this year it became more exciting and challenging because every year there is an increasing number of schools. So we were very happy to have John on board with us because, I mean, for us, me and Lisanne, already the previous last year edition was very difficult to, look through so many interesting works, because the works that are submitted by school, are always, challenging. So that's why it's a privilege, but it's also a responsibility, because then we have to make choices. And as the number of submission increase, it becomes more and more tough and difficult to decide.
Maybe it's also good to mention, Steve, that you started this together with Klaus a few years ago, and only 3 or 4 schools were participating. And at this moment, I don't even know how many schools there were this edition.
Many, yeah.
38.
Well, 38 that were selected, but we received more than that.
And
yes.
we received more than that. And then some schools, sometimes they're not able to apply in time. So like there are some schools who are in the network that didn't apply this year. So actually the network is, I guess, is about 50 schools so far.
Yeah, so it's growing so rapidly. Yeah,
it's growing rapidly, and it's becoming more and more difficult to, of course, to make this selection, because you have to say no to works that are not easy. So then it comes to what type of criteria do we use when we make choice? I would say that one very important criteria, of course, beyond the quality and the fact that the project had to stick to a topic this year. We tried very much to, through the catalog, to create a comparison between schools. I think this is an important goal of this project, not just to highlight very interesting works, but also create a dialogue in between the different schools worldwide. So for me, this is really a privilege, but also very much a responsibility. I'm not sure if you felt this responsibility as well, Lisanne and John.
Yeah, I definitely did. And I also think that what we also discussed quite a lot is the diversity element in the project, because we also have the ambition to be more inclusive. That started with inviting more schools from different continents, from different countries, with different perspectives on photography and on the world in general. I think that was fantastic this year. That's what I really appreciated, that we actually got the chance to include a lot of photographers coming from different backgrounds, different ways of educating photography. So I think that's very positive. But on the other hand, I also see that the organization of Blurring the Lines is also developing, and we are 3 white curators sitting here, jury members, and I would also like to suggest that next edition we will try to include a jury member from every continent, also to make sure that representation is done thematically, visually, but also through all different backgrounds and countries where people are coming from. I think that was very much on top of our mind this edition. We have selected 57% female artists. I will be talking a bit more about that in my presentation. But I think this idea of equality, representation, diversity is a very big issue within the context of this project, but also within photography in general. So I think that there is a lot of ambition, and maybe you can also elaborate a bit more on that, John, because you also had ideas about that, and
Yes, I think, just to go back to this idea of this an award, like photography, an award brings visibility, but it also brings invisibility. It brings recognition, but it brings exclusion. And we are very aware of that. At the same time, I think that the grasp of work that is collected into this award or into this publication in particular gives one a sense of a very wide take of that. So I think while we can acknowledge that, I think it is quite exemplar in the fact that it wants to include so much and so many, and it does. And for me, that was really good. I think the idea of thinking around specifics of the language of photography is, of course, a very important aspect. And I think most important, if we start to think about this publication, this book, is for the photographers to spend some time in thinking around what does it mean to be part of such a book, of such an international group or gathering, but also to think about yourselves perhaps as a moment in time, and that 2020 looks like this. Actually, it's 2019 because it was before COVID. Perhaps 2021 will be 2020, and we will start to see how every year expresses very important moments. But I think the exclusions that we see is not perhaps so much because of the blurring lines institution and organization, but it is also because the world is not a fair space, and that the world excludes, and that photography possibilities in many places of the world is not drawn into international forums. And perhaps we can take a commitment from wherever we are in the world to try and make that happen, to at all stages try little by little to make sure that the international world really becomes an international world.
Yeah, I agree, John. I think trying to make sure that the dominant perspective, the maybe dominant white Western perspective, is more imbalanced with all these talented photographers we have also discovered during this process. Photographers, but I think also schools and academies that we have discovered during this process that are fantastic, coming from South America, coming from Asia, Africa. That's fantastic. So I am very much looking forward to making big steps and to create a better program in which everyone feels welcome and represented. And I'm very happy that Blurring the Lines is also not just an award, but it's a publication and it's an exhibition, and we try to create a community through this conference, dialogue through this conference, but also community maybe through other programs we're developing at this moment. In January, we will be organizing the first takeoff together with Blurring the Lines, in which we will connect these photographers to an international network of experts, curators, editors. So I think the ambition to actually make a change with this program and stimulate dialogue and give a platform to these artists, that is very exciting, I think.
I think, if I may add, I think one of the most important aspects is not just for awards to be, but how you activate awards. And I think this conference is the best example of it. The conference is it's an extension that makes this award somehow alive, that starts to exchange moments. And I think that is really special. And so is the continued programs, that Zan had been speaking about. I think that makes any award really special, because it means that it's ongoing, that it draws people in, and it builds community, as she said.
We cannot hear you, Steve.
Here we come. So it's almost time to shift to to the afternoon session. Before that, I would like to say thank you to John and Lisanne for deciding to be part of this community, let's say. I like to call it, John, you said today something very nice. You said that photography today has to really be about communities, right? So I like to think Blurring the Lines as a community, and I love the fact when such amazing and talented curators as you are decide freely, voluntarily to join such a program. And I hope really that from next edition, we will be able to engage more interesting people and hopefully from other continents, as you said. So now we have the afternoon session starting. The afternoon session is dedicated to professional learning settings, photography, and entrepreneurship. So this session will offer the contribution of eminent actors of the photo community world, who brings in the debate other perspectives from outside the formal education system, but influencing it with new practices. Art and photography institutions are playing an expanding role in the panorama of education, while helping future talents and responding to an increasing number of people passionate of photography and visual arts. So we gather for you this afternoon a series of case studies, and we will start then with Lisanne Van Happen. Lisanne, she's a curator and head of the talent development at Photodoc in Utrecht, the Netherlands. It's a platform of social documentary. Please, Lisanne, introduce us to what opportunities can art institutions create to support upcoming talents.
Thank you, Steve. Let me share my screen. Okay. So what opportunities can art institutions create to support upcoming talent? When working on this question, I decided it would be best to critically look at my own organization first, Photodoc, for which I have worked as a producer and curator in the past. Currently, I'm the head of the talent development program. This may sound like Photodoc is a big organization, but we work with 3.2 FTE in total, divided over 8 people. Photodoc organizes exhibitions, lectures, and education programs around social themes. It tells stories through documentary photography and also combines this with other media such as film, virtual reality, and web documentaries. At a time where news articles shrink and rapidly lose their news value, where we are confronted with an ever-increasing amount of information and images, Photodoc provides people with background stories through which one can reflect and hopefully is giving the opportunity to get a better understanding of the world we live in today. Talent development is not just a policy term for Photodoc, but really is in the DNA of the organization. Since our first exhibition in 2008, we have made money and guidance available to young creators to realize new work. We create opportunities for interns. I was actually one myself in 2012. Young talent is always in our group exhibitions because we believe in presenting urgent stories with a diversity of visual perspectives, regardless experience or age. Upcoming talent is part of our lectures and in-depth programs. The Photodoc Book Club is one of our biggest events, seen by hundreds of experts in the field, in which we always include upcoming talent. In 2016, we have founded the Dialogue Round. We annually award €3,000 to a beginning photographer who, alongside this amount, also receives guidance for 1 year from Photodoc. In 2019, we have founded Lighthouse, a talent program specifically for 10 upcoming artists, working with photography, aiming to support them in their first steps in the field with masterclasses and inspiration sessions. Out of those 10, we have 8 places available for artists who have recently graduated from Dutch art academies and 2 spots for artists who have had no photographic educational background, but do have the motivation to develop themselves as professional photographers. We also give them a budget of 500 euros each to work with. In 2008, we became part of Blurring the Lines to get to know more upcoming international talent. To give something back, we have this year started the Photodoc Takeoff, in which we connect upcoming international talent to international experts in photography, curators, graphic designers, editors, etc. We have organized a national edition in June 2020, and will organize the first international edition with participants from Blurring the Lines in 2021. They will pitch their projects in no more than 3 minutes per person, so experts get a sneak peek of their work. If they would like to see more, we can bring them into contact with each other. We hope this event will support more connections so upcoming talent is seen. So please join us on January 27, 2021 for the first international Photodoc Takeoff. So what have we learned over the years? When we announced the Stipend Dialogue winner in 2019, I received an email from a young man. He asked me why we picked a white female as a winner again for this grant. I invited him to have a cup of coffee so we could talk about this. There were multiple problems related to this question. For this grant, 90% of the applications we received every year came from white female artists. We were not sure why. We think this has to do with the high amount of white female photography students in art academies. Worldwide, 70 to 80% of photography students are women, yet they account for only 13 to 15% of professional photographers. Also, artists with a diverse cultural background are underrepresented at art academies in the Netherlands. Because this grant is focusing on artists who have recently graduated from an art academy, this could explain why we received so many applications from white female artists. During coffee, this young man also addressed the issue that he was always excluded from grants and applications because he did not graduate from an art academy. He did study at an art academy, but left after a few months because he did not see himself represented in the team or lecturers and in his classmates. He felt misunderstood. Therefore, he decided to try to become a professional photographer himself, but along the way, he noticed that a lot of the other players in the field, grants, galleries, funds, museums, etc., were also predominantly white. So I asked him, what can we do to make a change? First, he did not want to talk because it is not his responsibility to educate us, but after a good night's sleep, he changed his mind and decided to drink a cup of coffee with me. By talking to him, we decided that it would be helpful if we would focus more on talent and less on education and diplomas. There is a very talented group of artists that is trying to make it themselves, and we all have an obligation to include them for our programs. That cup of coffee made us decide within Lighthouse, we always reserve 2 places for artists who have not been traditionally trained as a photographer, but are eager to develop as professional photographers. After we invited him to write us a motivation letter, we invited him to become a participant in the first Lighthouse edition. From that moment on, we have reserved 2 places out of 10 in total for talented artists who don't have a diploma in photography but are eager to learn. Their experience, knowledge, and motivation bring another valuable perspective to the group. Artists are nominated for these 2 places by organizations and experts in the field. The final selection of the 2020 edition was made with the aim of ensuring that the group is more than the sum of its parts. The starting point was the artist's individual talents, with the intention that each maker can contribute to the program as well as getting something in return. No matter how loud or shy the comment or email is you receive, it can shed light on problems and questions that are interwoven in the culture or of an organization, a system so deeply that we created a blind spot for it. I have learned to listen to everyone, intern, artist, stranger, all voices matter. If people decide to put in the effort to explain themselves and raise their hand, I embrace that. And if they are willing to be part of the change, I welcome them with open arms. Change whatever you can and try to change what you can do, what you cannot yet change, also for the ones that don't have a voice. That is what I have learned from this young man. What you see on the slide is our 2020 Lighthouse edition.
Lisanne,
yes.
Sorry to interrupt you. I think you're having a problem with sharing your screen, because we do see your first slide instead of the following one. So please make sure you are sharing your whole screen or the PDF reader.
Okay, let me check.
We can stop for a minute, it's not a big problem.
Yeah, let me check, because I, of course, would like to make sure that you see what I would like you to see. Maybe I can stop share and share again to make sure it's...
Yeah, I think so. I
okay.
think you can try.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, now we are like page 4. Looks
yeah,
like.
So you are now seeing the ecosystem of the arts, right?
Exactly, exactly.
Okay, perfect.
So make sure you move on one by one.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Let me know if something is still a bit off.
Okay.
All these parties you see are part of an ecosystem which is called the arts. This system has its own problems, challenges, and strengths. We share problems regarding a lack of diversity and inclusiveness to create a change for everyone. We share challenges on how to equally and fairly pay all people involved, and we share an enormous power to use photography to give us different perspectives on the world we live in. Everyone is involved and shares a common responsibility to support upcoming talent. Gallery owners have a chance to represent and support them. Journalists can collaborate with them to write and visualize their stories. Teachers can prepare them for the future and give them tools to work with. Producers can help them develop their work. Collectors can buy their work. Funds can financially support them. Established artists can guide them and introduce them to their network. Art institutions can show their work and connect them to an audience. And upcoming artists themselves can also do their part to make sure they create the best opportunities for themselves. But what do they actually need, and what can they do themselves? So do you get a good view on the 5th slide?
Okay, perfect.
Okay. So what does upcoming talent need in this rapidly changing world? First of all, they need to be connected with a professional network. So let curators, editors, gallery owners, funds, etc. know what you're doing and preferably make them part of the process. You need to find a mentor who can give one-on-one guidance, give feedback during important decisions, and that supports you. Stay connected with peers who are dealing with the same issues. A space where you can openly share concerns and questions is important. Visibility. You need to create your own visibility. Take the stage and not wait for someone to give it to you. Balance money versus creating work. Try to find a balance between creating your work and trying to find finances via work, funds, or assignments, etc. See collaboration as a strength and not a weakness. I think that's something John also talked about when he talked about community. So try to develop yourself, challenge yourself, and know when to invite others in the process. So partially these needs can be fulfilled by upcoming talent, putting in their own effort and time by being persistent. But what can art institutions and other experts in the field do to support them? So I have a few suggestions. So what can we do to connect them with a professional network? For instance, organize meetups and portfolio reviews, or connect upcoming talent and connect them to professionals in your network. How can we help them find a mentor? Every professional can share knowledge on a regular basis with at least 1 or 2 upcoming talents. Extra suggestion, try to be a mentor for someone who does not look like you. Support artists that have had less opportunities than you've had, someone who really needs your help to make the next step. How can we support them to stay connected with peers? We can create events or meetups specifically for new artists in the field, just like we have done yesterday, I think, with the panel conversations in this conference. How can we create visibility? Use your online and physical space to promote upcoming talent. And how can we help them find a balance between money versus creating work? So share grants, residencies, and other opportunities with upcoming talent, and help them with applying. So just sending them interesting opportunities is maybe not enough every time. So how can we also stimulate collaborations? Try to facilitate as much collaborations as possible, organize events in which they can meet, send out specific questions to your network who can help. So what can we all do better to create a healthier ecosystem? Collaborate and share. Every partner in the ecosystem can use each other's knowledge and qualities. By collaborating, we can exchange good and bad practices like I did today, so we can hopefully learn from each other. Sharing time, effort, communication, and money can have a huge impact. This conference is contributing to this exchange of good and bad practices. I hope we all learn from it and that new collaborations will come out of it. I am very much looking forward to the changes that will be made to develop more inclusive programs for upcoming talent. If you have any suggestions, please let me know. So this was my presentation so far. Does anyone maybe have any questions?
Lisanne, thank you very much for your intervention. We will leave the question for the question answer time at the end of our session.
Q&A, yeah.
So I invite everyone who's following our afternoon session to write on our YouTube page and send their question and comments. There are some people who are taking care of that. And so we look forward to discuss your question later on at 4:30 p.m. So, Lisanne, thank you. You shed light on very important topics which relate to the fact that talents have needs. And I think you also made very clear that regardless of whether we're talking of a photographer or an artist, we are talking firstly about the person with motivations, needs, difficulties, and dreams and ideas. So it was very interesting contribution that you brought in with this experience you're developing at Photodog. I think it was truly a positive and hopeful contribution. Now I will move to the next case study, which involves the European Cultural Center, a leading player in Venice art scenes, with a strong program of exhibition and initiatives, and since 2017 also now involved with an educational program through the European Cultural Academy. Please welcome Lucia Pedrana, exhibition organizer, head of university relations at the European Cultural Center. Thank you for being here, Lucia.
Thank you, Steve, and good afternoon, everyone. So let me share my screen. Can you see that nicely?
Perfect.
Thank you. So first of all, I'm very happy to be here this afternoon. It's the second year that we host Blurring the Lines conference, and even though virtually we will be happy next year to have all of you back in person in Venice. What European Cultural Center is and what European Cultural Center does, we like to call the ECC a platform for culture. So the ECC is a network of cultural centers. It was born in 2002, and it was from a Dutch artist. His name is René Rittmeyer. And I'm sorry, I'm having some issue with the screen. Yes. So this is our network. So we have cultural centers in many countries all around the world, but the first one was, the first one is the Venice one. So I like to share with you what is the map and where we are standing today. In Venice, we started in 2011 with organizing exhibitions, mainly at the same time as the Venice Biennale, and taking advantage of the world stage that is given during this big event. In this city, the European Cultural Center manages 4 different locations, and these 4 locations are, as you can see, Palazzo Mora, Palazzo Bembo, Palazzo Michiel, and the 2 gardens of Marina Ressa. What is really important for us is that these venues are not exhibition space only, but they are public space. They are spaces that through the activities we develop, we like to give back to the audience. That means that through fundraising, through the activities we create, we can also open again these spaces, which normally are closed or were closed because private or because not in the best shape. And what we do is restoring the palazzos that I mentioned before. And since 2017, we also restore and maintain the 2 gardens of Marina Ressa, which are 2 public spaces in the heart of Venice. Now also the house of exhibitions in art, architecture, and design. As I said before, our main activities are exhibitions, but the exhibitions, as we like to see, are always very nice excuse to create a network opportunities, visibility opportunities. As Lisanne also mentioned before, what the artists need now to develop their own career is visibility, is support, also practical support, is promotion and communication. So this is what is our mission at ECC, is to give space to the artists to present themselves, their own work and their own experience. And that's why I always like to say, and we like to say at the ECC, that the exhibitions we organize are about the artists, are about them, and that's why our projects are called personal structures. We like to work with the artists, as you see from these images, and this is why we decided to show them today to you. Is their work, the work they want to design, they want to present in Venice during the Biennale, they want to create in our locations, and what we do is to help them. So that's why also we don't like to define ourselves curators, but we like to define ourselves organizers, and to give what is needed by each individual or group participating in the project to create the exhibition, the events, the opportunities for meeting with the actors that also Lisanne mentioned earlier, like the collectors, the press, the other artists, the museum directors or galleries, all the other actors in the field. They can come and they can meet with them in our exhibition spaces. As I mentioned before, we work in the field of contemporary art and contemporary architecture, creating a program which aligns in terms of calendar with the Venice Biennale. When we were invited also to speak today in this conference and to think about our role in the education of the artist or of the general audience, we ask ourselves, what are we doing now, and what we can do for the future to make it better. So our exhibitions are definitely, and all exhibitions are definitely spaces where you can learn. You can learn through seeing the artworks. You can learn through the mediation and the dialogue you can create with the people in the exhibition because of their knowledge about the work, so because of their points of view on that work, and they can and what they can share with you. We organize guided tours. We have a beautiful program of cultural mediators, mediation, and most important, all our exhibitions are free entrance. So the accessibility it's a very, very important part of our mission, that all our activities are free admittance. And another important thing that I heard many times also earlier today is to be representative. So to represent as much as possible the art from different parts of the world, from different cultures, from different age range, with the use of different media. So to be as much diverse and multidisciplinary as possible. So this is a very important part of our mission. Our cultural mediation program is also important because it's not only an educational program, an educational part of our activities for the audience. They come to visit us, but it's a program for interns. Our cultural mediators, they are interns. They come from international schools, and they come to spend 3 or 6 months in Venice to work in the exhibition, to know the artist, to know about the artist and about Venice, and to learn how to also to take care of the works of the artist and communicate it. So we are not specialized, or we do not focus all our activities on photography, but we really found the need back in 2016 to dedicate a specific section of our exhibitions to photography. We wanted to give more space and more opportunities to the artists working with this media. So that is when we started having first 1 and then 2 people in our team dedicated to the research of photographers, of the research also of photography programs to be represented in the exhibition. And then this happens, of course, both for the art and the architecture exhibition. Architecture photography was very interesting and still is a very interesting adventure to help the architecture photographer to be represented and to show their work not only as a representation of the works of others, but really as their own, through their own point of view, with their own way to use photography and to be artists representing in this subject. Now, something that I'm definitely directly involved in is the collaborations with international university. Through the years, we had the chance to work together with artists and architects wearing 2 hats, as it happens many times, being both artists and educators. So we wanted to find more opportunities to give the education in the field of, in the cultural field, more space, and to give access to the international schools to our platform. So what we did is that starting in 2018, we created a section of the exhibition called the University Features, where we started invited schools from all over the world to present exhibition projects. exhibition projects which sometimes were more traditional in terms of what was exhibited in the show, and many times was more a dynamic participation in the show. I wanted to share with you these images to show that the participation of the schools for us was also an opportunity to open the exhibition space to them to be used also as a lab. So the exhibition is not only a place, and I'm sorry if I say only, it's not a place to present the works, but also where new contents can be created. And we really wanted to give this opportunity to the students and the faculties to come to Venice or to take advantage not only of the locations, which of course are very interesting to work in, but also of the network of the participants. So young students had started having more and more the chance to directly speak and work with the big masters, with artists from other parts of the world. So from this dialogue, from this encounter, new works and new adventures for the students were coming. So and all this never started with us asking them to bring a specific subject, but everything which comes in the exhibition is something that comes from the potential participants. So they share with us what would be meaningful for them to present, and this counts and for the schools and for the individual artists, for the group of architects and designers participating. So we ask them what they would like to bring, and together we understand how to make it possible. So we become tools in their hands to make the best use of the experience in Venice. So in the images, you can see the students from the Willem de Kooning Academy spending time in the exhibition space, creating performances, interacting with the audience. And this is something they have been doing multiple times during the 6 months duration of the show. We have another example, which was Deakin University from Australia. They literally transformed the exhibition space in a lab, which constantly changed over the months of the exhibition. The professors in charge of the project were inviting colleagues, lecturers to travel to Venice and to use Venice as a playground or a research ground for developing new projects. And they did it through provocation, through statements they have been sharing with them. So again, is the professor, is the group of students suggesting and decided how to curate their own spaces, while us as organizers, we have them in the practical side, giving suggestions, etc. We have other examples of this kind as the University of Salford, with a project led by the artist In-Suk Choi. So the media lab of the university worked remotely from the school, and they have been changing and playing with the exhibition space and the reactions of the audience through the whole duration of the show. So this for us was very important step to understand how we could help in this process. And this is a process which never ends, and we always work with them in order to give them these opportunities. Other ways we share these opportunities, and these are not, of course, only open to the participants of the exhibition, but to the broader audience that can join us for these events, are events such as the one where we are today. And you can see an image from the Blurring the Lines conference from last year in Palazzo Mora. These collaborations for us are vital because they can really use I don't want to sound weird. They can use us to make our mission as much meaningful as possible, to reach through the network, to reach through their own knowledge and through their own missions, different institutions around the world, as it happens with Blurring the Lines, working with photography schools from all over the world. For us, we could not hope for better kind of collaborations. We have other events where the artists, they presenting in the show, they meet the audience and they talk about themselves, they talk about their work. We also organize ourselves symposia, forums, workshops, and other educational events, always with the help of the network of participants in our exhibitions. Not only with the help of the participants, but also with the help of the team and with the professional close to our team. As it might be in an image on top right, you can see our architect who is explaining to the audience and to the community of Venice what we are doing and we have been doing in the Marina Ressa gardens to restore them, to bring them back to the people after being closed for such a long time, how they could make use of the space for enjoying the exhibitions, enjoying the natural environment, as well as getting some experience in these spaces and use it as it should be their own space and not the space of someone else. An important, very important part of our activities is developed by the European Cultural Academy. The European Cultural Academy has been created in 2017 by ECC, but is in the independent educational program of ECC. And our colleagues, through creating experiences for international students coming to Venice, they expose them to they put them in dialogue with curators in the exhibition space while visiting the exhibitions, with galleries to see how, to show them how a gallery functions, to drawing sessions, and you can see from the pictures. So the students coming to Venice, which many times they have not a background in the arts, but they search for the art and the art experience. They come to Venice and they are trained through these experiences. They train also by the city. So the experience of the city is also part of their educational path, together with the European Cultural Academy. The ECA also develops activities together with international universities. So what we do together is to welcome studios from international universities, like summer schools, etc., giving them the space and the tools and the personnel of experts in this field to find new inspirations, etc. Another very, and then I'm finished. Another very important part of our activities is the publication. So since the beginning of the project, we have been producing publications, mainly with in collaboration with international artists, collecting interviews, collecting experiencing from them. And since a few years, we also created a series of interviews with international artists and architects in order to create an archive of experiences that we hope that can be seen for the future years for from young and not only emerging talents. So this was my presentation.
Lucia,
yeah.
Thank you very much for having summarized the numerous and diverse activities of ECC in such a short time and with so much passion. You mentioned that ECC has an important goal to create space for artists, working with them and grow with them through collaborative practices. Not only that, you remind that your activity also offers training opportunities to many young professionals eager to learn by experiencing the Venetian, I love how you call it, playground, which is certainly among the most vibrant in the world as far art is concerned. We are very honored to have ECC as a partner of the Blurring the Lines project, and we very much look forward for embracing ECC again physically next year when all this pandemic mess hopefully will be done. So I will now move on with our afternoon program. So far, we have heard many stories through the conference from curators and teachers. But what do artists think of education? Next case study, Abstraction, Listening and Empathy, is by a photographic artist, author, instructor and former imaging producer of online features at the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Please welcome Jackie Neal. Thank you for being with us, Jackie. You have to, yeah, unmute yourself.
Hi. Hi, everybody. Good morning. Happy Thanksgiving for everyone in the United States. I'm just going to share my screen real quick. And begin. Apologies, I just have to set up the screen a little bit. Okay. So first I'd like to just introduce myself. I'm Jackie Neal, and I am a photographic artist, a author, professor, a fellow at NYU CLACS, and director and lead photographer at Big Day Film Collective, and the former photographer, imaging director, and producer of online features at the Metropolitan Museum of Art. And I just wanted to tell you a little bit about my work and then talk about my research about how abstract artworks and listening and gallery can lead to the feeling of connection and ultimately empathy that leads to lasting change. So my work at the Metropolitan Museum of Art began with working on a project called the Timeline of Art History. It's an online collegiate reference represented by the Met's collection. The artworks date from prehistory to current day. And this project is a legacy website project that led to other online features that we worked on in serial form. And this began my interest in working with still photography coupled with audio interviews. So what we're looking at here is on the left is an online feature entitled 82nd and 5th. And on the right, we're looking at a project called The Artist Project. These projects are award-winning projects, and they accumulated into 100 online features each that actually explored how either for 82nd and 5th, it was 100 curators talking about 100 works of art in the Met's collection that inspired them. And in the Artist Project, I was fortunate enough to photograph over 110 blue chip artists who spoke about artworks in the Met's collection that inspired their art practice. And then another award-winning feature was Connections, which was another serial project where I was able to photograph 100 people that worked at the Met, and they talked about artwork throughout the museum that inspired them. So as you can see, it was always starting with photography, still photography, with audio interviews to create a connection, for lack of a better word. But it started with connections, and that connection would therefore be utilized to inspire people around the world to learn more about the Met's collection, but also to inspire them to visit the collection. And so this is some of the photography that was used in these online features. So the artist project was 120 artists that were photographed. Me and the other photographer, Catherine Allen Herney, we photographed these people in serial, and it was published into a book form. So turning to my personal work, now while working at the Met, I began a large archive of images that was photographs of the underground metro system of New York City, the subway, and I created over 800 images with the inspiration of creating a time capsule of technology while also taking a chronicle of the human experience, the quotidien of our daily commute in New York City. And it was entitled Subway Series. This is actually, not only is it a play on the hashtag, but it's also a play on words. The Subway Series is meaningful to New York City citizens because whenever there's two baseball teams that infrequently play each other, but when they do play each other, you can take the subway to one stadium in the Bronx and the subway out to Queens for the other games. So they always called those games the Subway Series. So this is sort of like a secret handshake between New Yorkers. And so this actual body of work is, like I said, a technological time capsule. And because I was the imaging director for online features, I was exploring all different avenues of technology. And this one was specifically through using an iPhone in several iterations, but the first set of 100 images was taken with an iPhone 4 and then pushed through the processing of Instagram. And I had to stick to that criteria so that this would then be a relic. It's something to look at in an archive form and reference as a technological reference as to what could be offered with digital photography to the consumer in vernacular photography back in 2012. As time went on, it was published into book form, and then it took on another life of its own as cameras began to improve. And so the body of work began to grow, and it actually started to print out better quality images. So therefore, I started to explore abstract outputs for this type of photography. I was sort of like bored with being stuck with digital photography. So I started to think about these images in different forms that were more tangible. Like I converted the digital files into line art and then created silk screens on plexi and then staggered them in series form so that they would begin to represent the same feeling of being on one subway, looking into another subway and looking through that subway onto the platform. All of these levels of humanity of which all of us we didn't have interactions except for the actual car that we were on. I began to explore how to visualize it on metal, dye sub on metal in mural form. And then I began to create digital negatives of which I then brought into the darkroom and created abstract photograms with these images. So as you can see, the quality improves as the camera improves. And these are all intended to be a serial form of collection of imagery for technological time capsule to look back on. So I explored publishing them in zines and utilizing some Photoshop techniques actually in the darkroom. It's funny because darkroom techniques were parlayed into Photoshop vernacular, and now I was taking the Photoshop vernacular and going back into the darkroom with it, and started to cut and paste my actual vellum digital images. And then I began to really think about this pushing this digital technology into abstract form, where every time you push your digital images through a filter that is on your phone, it's compressing it. And I actually had a large appreciation for the fracturing and the fragmentation of the digital pixels. And I started to create these time-based media, short films that were more avant-garde and slow motion in nature, to the point where I was then hired to do a music video for the Union Gospel, a band from Brooklyn. So all of this actually was on my mind as I went on to my first residency after leaving the Met down on the Mexico border. And while I was on the Mexico border, I had this lovely exhibition of the Subway series, but I also wanted to continue working in this large series format where I was creating audio and photography. And at the time, it was right around the inauguration of our current administration. And at the time, I felt the immediacy was important to begin to create a document of audio interviews with women about their feeling about women's rights in 2017. Did they feel like their rights were infringed upon? Did they feel like they would be infringed upon with the new administration? And so I created a documentary that was in serial form, not too unlike my online features at the Met, where I would ask the same 5 questions of all the participants and take portraits that accompanied them. Now, what was very important was the audio interviews were then housed on an archive called StoryCorps. Now, StoryCorps is a legacy storytelling platform where these interviews are housed on their archive, but they're immediately funneled to the United States Library of Congress forever, meaning that the Library of Congress will maintain these digital files and these interviews forever as oral histories of our nation. While on the border, I also decided to conduct an immigration stories project, meaning that there was a large conflict with immigration policy as soon as Donald Trump was inaugurated as our 45th president. And so not only was a women's right documentary in response to that, this immigration project, Crossing Over Immigration, was in direct correlation to that as well. And so my interest in working in the cyanotype form, now cyanotype is a historical process. It was invented in 1842. It's photographic chemistry that's put on a material that is exposed in the sun. Whatever you put on top of the material actually will create a white imprint, while anything that's revealed to the sun will create a blue, cyan, Prussian blue effect on the material. Now, I wanted to create portraits, life-size portraits of all of the people that were going to be in the immigration project. But I wanted to maintain anonymity, but I also wanted to create this obscurity, meaning like as a photographer for over 25 years, I felt like portraits were beginning to focus mainly on what they looked like, what their hair looked like, what, was their skin perfect, all of this stuff. Whereas if we worked in abstract form, it wasn't relevant any longer. It was about the person, it was about the form, and it allowed us to connect to them. But ultimately, most of my participants did not choose to remain anonymous, but many did, and therefore they could maintain their anonymity in security of their status if they needed to, if they weren't a citizen, if they were living in the country without papers. So this was coupled with audio interviews, and they were housed on StoryCorps as well. So when these artworks are exhibited, they're intended to be exhibited by the public and for free, and to also have an audio experience of these interviews. So all of these interviews are available to the public on StoryCorps. So if you can see in this photograph, in the middle is the title image, and it has a QR code, and people can scan that QR code and listen to the audio interviews one by one. When it's actually outdoors and I have availability to a speaker, there's a highlight reel of the interviews playing over the artworks as people sit and experience them, sit or walk through them and experience them. So the goal is to create this connection through the appreciation of abstract art and listening and connecting and walking amongst these very ethereal, very ghostly figures of people who are alive. And all of the participants are immigrants, descendants of immigrants, and asylum seekers. And they are people that either lived on the Mexican border within Mexico, or as I then began to explore, I'm a second generation American Italian, and I decided my interest in immigration is because my family was afforded the ability to move to the United States and thrive. I wanted to return to Italy and actually interview immigrants that are immigrating to the very country my family felt they needed to leave in the early 1900s. So this is the process of creating the cyanotype. They lay in the sun anywhere between 5 to 30 minutes. I don't do it in the winter because the sun is not as strong. But for me, there's a connection not only in viewing the artwork, but in the creation of the artwork. And so in creating the artwork and conducting the interviews, I'm connecting with my participants with listening skills and problem solving, because we have to execute this artwork within seconds of exposing it to the sun. And so there's this feeling of camaraderie immediately, and then that parlays into the audio interview, which is a long form interview, typically between 20 and 60 minutes of an interview about their experiences. So not only is there a connection in the making of the artwork, but there's also the connection that people feel when they see the artwork in a gallery, in a museum, or an outdoor setting. So I wanted to show you the artwork before I talk to you about the research I've been doing about how abstract art, listening, and empathy can lead to connection and lasting change. And so here's some of the experiences of people in the museum or in the galleries or outdoors experiencing the artwork. Many of these people are just strangers that would approach me as I was observing the artwork from afar. But here is some actual testimonials as to the connections created while creating the artwork. This is Fernando Torres. He is a participant and apprentice and student of mine in RGB in Mission, Texas on the border. And he talks about how his experience allowed him to grow, learn, and make connections, and it catalyzed and seeded a lot. He became a founding member of the NLC of the Texas Frontera. Frontera means the border. And then my promising student and participant, April Vallejo, is now a photojournalist and activist on the border, and she continually photographs the progress of the border wall. This is just taken 3 days ago. In her, the activism that she does, they won the demonstrations and protests of the border wall in the Santa Ana region, but they lost it in the wildlife preserve. And so this is actually the wall being built currently. And so this is some of her photography. And then in Italy, I serendipitously met Yorita Dorici, and she is a woman who was a participant, and I made a cyanotype and conducted an audio interview. She's a collaborator, and now she's published a book called La tua storia e la mia storia, and it's a collection of interviews with immigrants that she works with in Pilotello, Milano, Italy. She gives lectures about her work, and we continue to work together on editing her projects. And I'm so proud of her. And in creating the artwork, the participants feel empowered in Calabria, Italy. These are asylum seekers. They use their audio interviews in their interviews for residency in the country. And so this is just a photograph or a screen capture of the actual audio interviews available through the StoryCorps archive. And you can access them in long form here. So let's talk about my research. So empathy is a broad concept that refers to cognitive and emotional reactions of an individual to the observed experiences of another. Having empathy increases the likelihood of helping others and showing compassion. Quote, empathy is a building block of morality for people to follow the golden rule. It helps if they can put themselves in someone else's shoes. According to the Greater Science Center, this is a center that studies the psychology, sociology, and neuroscience of well-being. Quote, it is also a key ingredient of successful relationships because it helps us understand the perspectives and needs and intentions of others. So according to the senior curator of photo at the Guggenheim, Jennifer Blessing, we are living in the age of empathy. And according to the Cultural Track, a research center, visiting an art gallery, exhibition, museum is considered an emotional event. Excuse me. Visitors are more likely to listen to a message when it's supported, when it supports culture. So why is empathy the goal? Well, my mentor, Peter Lucas, is a filmmaker and professor of human rights and media at NYU. And he speaks to the text The Challenge to Care by Nell Noddings. When he teaches social change, he speaks to the challenge of care when he teaches social change multimedia projects. He references and relies on what he calls the spiral of care, where he speaks to how we typically all begin with the care for self. But we are often challenged when we're posed with the question of why should we care for others? According to Peter, the ethics of care and peace education are critical to obtaining a greater understanding and appreciation of basic human rights. Why is empathy the goal? Empathy, as described in German by psychiatrist Theodor List, is in-feeling, feeling from within. Empathy is needed to prompt one to act on behalf of another. A state of vulnerability is key to empathy. Audiences seek out culture as a critical element of their personal development and exposure to new ideas. Let's enter abstract art. Abstract art creates a state of mind open to feeling empathy. It opens us up to vulnerability and empathy. What is abstract art? It's non-representational art. Viewing abstract art is a type of self-enjoyment which breaks down the boundary between the object and self because of its subjective, interpretive, and non-specific representation. Any appreciation of abstract art will be due to a personal connection, therefore opening a vulnerable and receptive line to empathy. Abstract art has empathy embedded into its very creative existence. So let's talk about listening. Why is the act of listening important to feeling empathy? Well, according to the research presented by StoryCorps, listening to a person's voice and its inflections allow for social cognition of the material being spoken. Listening to a person's oral history or testimonial addresses Common Core standards such as comprehension of diverse input, feedback, and prompts debate and discussion, therefore critical thinking and critical problem solving. This propels conversations, introducing new questions, broader themes, larger ideas, and possible solutions. This allows for viewers and listeners to respond thoughtfully to differing perspectives. In-gallery audio experiences coupled with visual artworks allow for this. It also develops evaluation skills. Listeners can evaluate the speaker's point of view. Empathy, let's talk about that empathy. It is needed in forming opinions that evoke ways of life, voting, actions for human rights, policy worldwide. Abstract art combined with oral testimonials within a museum exhibition setting allow for ease and vulnerability, a vulnerability needed to feel empathy. Ooh, empathy. Empathy is key to supporting diversity and inclusiveness. And my work and my life's mission is to create artworks that allow for compassion and empathy enough to allow for experience to feel like a mutual shared experience. In sum total, when people seek out art, they are seeking an opportunity to expand their minds and opinions. Viewing art and listening to human voice in a state of open-mindedness within a state of receptive vulnerability allows for feeling empathy. When looking at abstract photography and listening to audio, visitors feel it is now and not then. So there is an immediacy to what they are hearing and seeing. This is an opportunity as photographers and artists Creating and exhibiting abstract artworks with audio interviews is an opportunity to create occasions for viewers and visitors to respond thoughtfully and compel action. Quote, art is how we narrate and convey our realities. If we do not have art, we are not going to be able to heal. Much of abstract art is a reckoning with our legacies of misdeeds of the past. And according to William Penn Foundation research, making and viewing art reduces our cortisol levels associated with irritability, anxiety, depression, headaches, increased blood pressure and body, all of those things that we don't want while we're deciding on bigger, larger issues that benefit us all. And so whether it's abstract art or traditional, photography changes everything. We should seize the opportunity to create change with empathy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jackie. You introduced us to an important perspective on how we can inspire a distant audience and to learn and knowing from the works of an art museum by distance as well. And this morning we discussed how the impact and potential of technologies depends on us. And you showed us how even small museum can size an opportunity for a dialogue with artists to reach a wider audience and offer education opportunities so that everyone can learn. But you also reminded us of the importance of empathy and the ethics of care and peace in education. I think this was very much important. Now, let's quickly move to our next case study. So we've been very much focused during the conference on threats and opportunities of education. But what about the empowering role of fine art photography? We asked Rudy Bianchi, an Italian photography collector, who also contributes frequently to portfolio reviews for Art Fair Mia in Milano, and who had a chance to guide young generations through positive reinforcement and to expose them to the work of some of the great masters and artists within photography. Thank you very much, Rudy Bianchi, for joining us, and it's your time now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Klaus. Thank you for having me here on these beautiful seminars. I just to tell you that I'm the opposite. I'm not really technical oriented, so I am older than you guys, and so I am much less technical oriented than all you guys. But try to share my feeling. I'm an Italian guy that moved to US 4 years ago. I am in Los Angeles. In fact, here now is 7 o'clock in the morning. So if I'm slow, it's because it's early in the morning and the sun just rise now. And so here we go. As I tell you, I'm not really a professional in photography like all the speaker before. This is not my job. I'm a collector, and I for a long time I collect photography from different era. I don't have a really way to collect only one thing. So I'm really not specific in something. I just collect what I love. Also, I had a little experience or some experience on teaching. I was an assistant teacher for visual art and photography at a Los Angeles high school for underprivileged kids. And I do portfolio reviewer. And I also show a little bit of my collection to people, to try to young people, to try to have them inspire. I do this because probably I was hoping to be a photographer, but I did not have really the gut to be a photographer, and I choose to be a businessman instead of being a happy photographer. And now, after I sold my company, I dedicate myself more to collecting and also inspiring people through photography. So when Elena Volpato, and thank you for inviting me this seminar to this, I really enjoy. When Elena Volpato invited me to this seminar, I had a hard time to come up with a title. And that was the most difficult part of my talking, because I need to find something that connected with me. And not being a professional, I feel like all you guys, I've connected with mostly with passion. So 1 second here, I need to minimize the thing here. I leave it like this. So passion, it's here like a Yoroma, the great cellist player, wrote. His passion is a let me minimize 1 second, because I see passion is a very important part of the creativity, because if you are passionate about something, you are more willing to take a risk. So this concept of passion for me is extremely important. I really would like to start my talk with also talking about mentors, because this is a role that is extremely important for, I think, for anybody in life that they want to be connected with somebody. They have to be lucky to have a mentor. And I find this quote from Jennifer Stutz, that is, she's a historian here in LA, photography historian in LA, that says a mentor it's a person who give compliment, give a constructive critique, encourage him, and has insight. This is, it's very important, because I had an experience myself of when I was young, of sign up for a course of photography in Milano a long time ago. And I really had a terrible experience, because the school was not really for fine art photography, but was mostly for commercial photography or for fashion photography. I was more focused on art photography, and the mentor, they were really not very nice with me, unfortunately. And actually, when I show my picture, everybody laughed, and it was not really a positive situation. So from that moment, I really did not follow so much because of this negative experience. So for me, when I am a portfolio reviewer, and when I see people photograph, the first thing I have in mind is to encourage them. This is the most important, to encourage them to follow their passion. It doesn't really matter at the moment, because if you follow their passion, everything will come out. The next thing is I researched a little bit on school that made a difference in this field. The school that were mostly from 1900 to 1950, 1960 here in US. And those schools, when I researched, were very open to they are photography school. They are run by mentors, the unbelievable mentors like Clarence and White, that also maybe they were not even unbelievable photographers, which most of them they are, but they were really people who had passion. And through the school, they really have a different approach. They really thought the student to the fine art and to the fine art photography. So we are talking about early 1900. There was not really a business on collecting photographs. So the people who were doing photography, they were doing photography because they had passion on photography, and they were extremely open to diversity. They were extremely open to women. In effect, as you can see later, a lot of women, they were part of this group, and those are, you know, the school that really influence photography forever. And they create summer camp where young photographers were together and play with photography and enjoy photography and talk about photography. And so those schools, for me, are the setting stone for fine art photography. In effect, from the school, if you can see, a lot of unbelievable people come out and also thought after and be a mentor for many others. So, as I said, the school were also very open to women. 30 to 35% of the women, 35% of the photographers, they were women, and they were they were really involved not only in photography but in really inspire other photographers, and also they were a position of administrator and other particular executive positions. So very open to women, and extremely creative and extremely open. Even in the US, where from 1900 to 1950, 1960, we know they were not the most open country to new art and different media. Here we go. I'm talking this. I talk about this is because for me it's some way difficult to connect with the photography because of my previous experience. So as I said, I became a collector of photography because I couldn't make, or I couldn't handle to be a photographer. So because I was also a coach for soccer and a coach for two young people for basketball, I realized how important it is to be a coach that enhance the passion of the kid. And also that I always coach, for example, the kids that are less able to do their sport. I think the kids that they were, very, very good in time, they will go on in their life anyway and do what they want. There are a lot of kids, a lot of young people that they struggle with this. And so my goal as a mentor, as a coach, is to focus on them. And I did the same thing with photography. So photography for me was important to show them that to have a desire, to have a passion, you don't need to be the best in the world, and you don't need to be so talented. All what you have to do is to follow, and then it will come. And especially with photography, it will come, because photography is a medium that is it's an easier medium than the other one. I remember, people get unfortunately sidetracked when they compare themselves. And I remember when I was a kid at school, if I had a drawing class and I have the guy next to me that drawing in 5 minutes, and it will take 1 hour for me just to do 1/10 of the drawing that they did, I will get very discouraged. Photography is different. Photography is, as you all well know, is relatively easy. Do not take a lot of skill to start. Now with the automatic camera, you can start, and you have also immediate result. It's easy to share with your friends, with your family, and you have also recognition. People do start to love what you like, what you do, and through recognition, you get motivated. We need to be recognized in life. So people recognize you as an artist. People recognize you as a photographer. And then when I was, and it also is not a very expensive art. All you need is a small camera and maybe a printer. then when I was thinking about, I started to think about the word in English compared to in Italian. In English is to take, you take a photograph. In Italian è fare una fotografia, so you make a photograph. Then I look at in French, that is prendre un photo, and then I was looking in Spanish, that is tomar una foto. So most of the word relating to take a picture is to take a picture. And taking a picture meaning the picture is already there. All you have to do is take it. The drawing, the sculpture is different. You have to make it. So this is a very democratic medium where all we have to do is to look at and to see what we want to do it, what we want to take it, and we just take it with the camera. So saying that, I look at, and one of my early photography that I collect, Henri Cartier-Bresson, says exactly that. You just have to live, and life will bring you pictures. So the pictures are there to take it. So based on that one, when I thought, and when I say teaching is mentoring more, I think about, sorry, I got lost a little bit. I think about how I encourage the young photographer to, or the young people to take pictures, and I basically go through either photography that I have in my collection or some other photograph to show that it's not really difficult to do this, because you don't need, and then here we go, you don't need to move from your kitchen to do a picture. This is André Kertész, 1928, a beautiful picture that is just a fork and a plate. Also, you can have fun still in a kitchen. You can have fun like this trick is called Joan Callis dish trick in your kitchen or your table, as long as your parents or your spouse are allowed to do this and break all the plate. Also, you can see the ocean in a different way. Ocean, we always think about red, blue, and yellow, and this beautiful color. But Sugimoto, as I say, one of the seascape photography, Sugimoto took these pictures and translated in black and white. So you really don't need to go out, to go around, be in a war, or be a fashion photographer, to just love what you do and enjoy and be part of a group of artists. So, for example, you can also be inspired by other people. I know Alex Prager pretty well, and I don't know Cindy Sherman, unfortunately, Centerfold, but it's one of my favorite photographs ever. But Alex Prager, maybe, and this is, I guess, she maybe took some idea from Cindy Sherman. And so I talk with the kids or with the young people or with other photographers that do not worry about to be inspired by other people. You can look at, you can go to museum and look at stuff. So same for many other. I follow a lot of young women that photographs, and one of them is Tanya Franco Klein, and I have these pictures that in some way remind me of Todd Ido, and Todd Ido is a photographer that take a lot of do a lot of course to teach people. And Todd Ido one day was telling me that he got a mentor program in France, and he was not able to do almost any picture because it was not his environment. So I was, this is another, let's go back to this. So I encourage the photographer to be, don't worry about if you cannot travel or go around the world. You can take picture of buildings that are next to you, or picture of your environment. And this is Bernice Abbott in New York, or Ed Ruscha here in Los Angeles take a picture of their environment. I also go back to this. This is another way that the kids or the young photographer can be inspired to these beautiful collages that are made of pictures. So Catherine, I talked with her, and she told me that she basically almost never used the camera. She only used the camera to take picture after she did the collage. So the collage are collage of pictures that she put it together, and then she photographed the collage and sell them as a photograph. So same thing again. Todd Ido is especially good on photographing his environment, and he said, "This is where I grew up. This is where I have my feeling." Kind of like Gregory Crutzen on his photograph. And the same thing for Soul Later. Soul Later, if you look at his movie, he basically said that most of his pictures are around the block of his apartment in Manhattan. Having said that, the last thing for me is my last experience. My last experience is, and this is the last picture, is I'm mentoring, or I talk with my granddaughter. My granddaughter, her name is Mia, and is 6 years old. And every Friday we have a meeting for photography lesson. And I am the nonno. Nonno is grandfather in Italian. And the last time when after 5 or 6 meetings, she reached to me, and when I opened the door, she had this beautiful little drawing that show her appreciation and show my love for her and a love for what one day maybe she can be, or she can use the camera to enjoy life and to have passion and to follow her desire. So let me see if I can go back to see myself or see, 1 second. And this is conclude my little presentation. And I don't know if I'm on time, early or later, or...
You are perfectly on time, Rudy. Thank you very much for sharing this. It's nice to hear about photography from someone who has, of course, the pleasure of collecting it, but also who simply loves it.
No. Yes, you're right. Okay. I can only talk about what I love and what is my passion. I am not a professional, all you guys. So.
Yeah, but I think we felt the need for such a contribution. So it was an added value. And also, I think it's nice for artists to know that there are people out there who are potentially interested in their work, And we heard yesterday directly from a large group of recent graduates how difficult it is to find motivation to develop their own voice without compromising. And you've also described through your experience the importance of having a mentor, something that brings us back to the early introduction by Lisanne Verhappen when she spoke about the programs at Photodoc in the Netherlands to support talent, So I think your contribution really matched with the topic of this year conference, which was about education, but it was also about informal and non-formal type of education. So really, thank you very much for joining us and being part of this conference. So now we are moving to our last case study, just before then having our closing question-answer time session. So our last case study brings in the experience of Photo Forum, a unique cultural institution in the Italian panorama, which has developed an educational department in parallel to photographic exhibition and other activities. We invited Katarina Kolakowski, cultural manager at Photo Forum, to tell how they managed to expand an exhibition space into a laboratory of production and especially reflection. Thank you very much. Grazie, Caterina, for being here. And
Hi, Steve. Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. Nice to listen to your voice and your words. And so, yes, hello to everybody. Thank you again for inviting me. It's for me, it's a pleasure to share Photo Forum's story with this international network, and I'm glad that this community exists because, yes, I think it's very important to have this kind of situations sometimes. So thanks to everybody who's involved in this conference. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Katarina Kolakowski. I'm here representing Photo Forum. I'm an economist, designer, and Gestalt counselor. And maybe the last profession is the most important in the context of this speech, also regarding to the first speakers. And yes, because I believe that the impact that we can have on society is based on interpersonal relationships, especially during these times we are experiencing what it means to be a human being. We are very social animals that need interaction and with others and in order to learn and to grow. And that is what we do with our parallel programs of educational activities. Because photography is created by humans and it's not the camera is just a tool. And that is why working with people on visual language and photography and observing is fundamental and what that Photo Forum we have aimed to do. Yes, so Photo Forum is an association based in Bolzano in South Tyrol, a small territory in the north of Italy, made up of 100,000 citizens in the middle of the mountains, especially the beautiful Dolomites. And South Tyrol has a quite special story, and as a result, the main languages spoken here are Italian and German, and a little bit of Latin. And it has become a city that attracts people of different nationalities, like me, for example. 30 years ago, in 1991, a group of people decided to create an association dedicated to photography here in Bolzano, and they opened a gallery for photo exhibitions. So Photo Forum first started just hosting exhibitions, about 6 to 9 a year, of yes, famous, emerging, curious artists and photographers. And then when I joined Photo Forum in 2012 during summer break, it was kind of an exciting moment because the gallery was going through big changes on many levels. Besides being moved to a new location, some new people were being invited to be part of the artistic committee. And yes, the new gallery was much bigger and more adapted for exhibitions. And the new entries in the artistic committee brought fresh energy and obviously new visions and also professions like photographer, curator, educator, architect, and that helped to build new networks. Another important thing, at the same time during those years, technology was changing a lot. The possibilities of exhibition production and design became bigger, and for example, the communication with the public changed from more local to international, thanks to the new media. And also photography became accessible to everyone towards, yes, the digital cameras and a lot also thanks to the smartphones. And even though there was a lot of changes in the air, Photo Forum continued to organize only exhibitions for 1 or 2 years, and two edit photo books of a selection of these exhibitions. And yes, then something else happened. In 2014, Photo Forum was asked to be part of a new project dedicated to all creatives in South Tyrol, yes, especially the work of creatives here in South Tyrol. And we brought obviously the photographic part to this project. And the project won a contest to enter for 4 months in a place, in the city center, the ground floor of the old House of Weight of Bolzano. And that's how Way Station was born. And those 4 months now became 6 years. So in 2014, Claudia Corrent, who's an educator and photographer, and I joined the project representing Photo Forum, and we curated all activities around photography. And here we had the opportunity to open the field. And yes, finally we could invite who caught our interest, and especially not only photographers, we love them, but not only, because there are a lot of other interesting figures that work on photography. So one of our first guests is here with us, Steve Bisson, who we invited to talk about his experience with the Urbanautica. Others were the, at time, newborn editors of photo books, Rohoff, with Nicolò Di Giorgis and Eleonora Mattiazzi, excuse me. And we invited then a photographer and psychologist, for example, that introduced us to the photography therapy. We organized a workshop by TAO, that is an association that defends the profession of photographers here in Italy. Another workshop about scene photography with Angelo Turetta and Mario Spada. Mario Spada is the scene photographer of the film Gomorrah. And then we invited Silvana Davanzo. She's a photo editor and was the Italian ambassador of Kiss Kiss Bang Bang. And she gave a talk about crowdfunding and photography and creativity. Then Chiara Capodici and Fiorenza Pinna from Studio Tre Terzi, who talked about the experience of curating publishing projects, workshops, and photo festivals. And also Gianpaolo Arena from Landscape Stories. Now this is Way Station, and this in these years, and this project permitted us to get in touch with new people, and whose work we found engaging, basically, and then to expand our network, and also to give to the audience a new cultural offer related to photography. So not only exhibitions, but also other events and yes, offers. It was a very, very cozy place, and we were a team of 7 people working together until today, because yes, Way Station is kind of our baby. So thanks to these good examples, Claudia and I decided then, and had now also the power to bring these experiences also to Photo Forum and offer this kind of activities also at Photo Forum. And now maybe it's time to go to the to some images. Okay. Okay, so you should see the Photo Forum logo now. Yes, so we started to organize talks led by our exhibited artists like Rinko Kawauchi, who talked about the Japanese photo book, or in this image you can see Erik Kessels talking about vernacular photography, and also talks with other authors and photographers. And okay, we also started to offer workshops for professionals or students, design students, photo students, and how here you can see an example of a workshop with Ron Tornstra. And these are the best opportunities, I think, to create meaningful exchanges with others and receive an honest feedback from a professional and learn from them. Yes, from my experience, they are very, very generous, and I'm thankful for that, because they really give a sense of how they are thinking and working, and that can create a shift in the work of the participants. Definitely. And yes, here we come to our workshop programs for children, created by Claudia Corrent. We organize summer workshops during the long summer break here in Italy, and for kids, and here they can learn and experience photography through antique techniques and a lot of different laboratories like the Small Me, Polaroid, diorama, poem book, I don't know, Shinotopy, different darkroom experiments, pinhole, collage, and reportage. And yes, these workshops are obviously also available for school classes. They can book a series of photographic projects or just one single workshop. And yes, since I think 5 years, we are collaborating with a very nice festival that is called Anthropological. It's all about the analogical world, especially film. And for example, last year, a workshop took place at Photo Forum where participants could experiment with the 36mm camera. And go ahead. This is an example for a workshop for adults, an introduction and experimental workshop on using the Polaroid with Vincenzo Auteri. And this is an example for workshops they are very open to everybody, not only professionals. And here, yes, it's always Polaroid. Okay. Photo Forum has always a soft spot for antique techniques. So, for example, last year we invited an association from Naples to show antique lanterns, and they also organized, you can see it in this image, a small workshop on painting negative slides, which was very creative and fun. And yes, brought people together. Here's the image of the exhibition, just one day event. And okay, this is was an event of during an exhibition of our exhibited artist Christian Martinelli, who built this huge pinhole camera for his photo project. And in this day, we invited the population to come to Photo Forum and fix their portrait and develop it directly in the darkroom on photo paper, thanks to a positive developer. And yes, we love a lot collaborating with other cultural realities in the territory. So another example for collaborations that are fundamental, so important and so nice and so rich. Here, for example, by bringing a pinhole or a lot of pinhole cameras to the outskirts of Bolzano. And in this case, yes, we bring the community together and in touch also with photography. Yeah, the kids. Then another project, I don't have images here for privacy reasons. I don't want to show images, but another project that we started last year with Nicolas de Georges is on street photography. And it's for immigrant children that are living in an immigrant housing. And we were really amazed to see how creative they were and how natural their approach was to observe the world around them, and how also they played with the material we gave them. So this is a project we want to bring forward, and for us it was a very nice experience. In this image we can see Giulia Mirandola, the expert of photo books for children. Yes, Photo Forum is also very, very in love with photo books, next to exhibitions and education. And here she holds a workshop in the noon for adults like parents, teachers, educators, and in the afternoon with the kids that are here. Yes, it was about reading and reading just photographic books, and then also doing living these ideas during this workshop. And now we are in the darkroom. Yes, at Photo Forum, you have always the chance to get an introduction to the darkroom, a very popular part now in the last years. And people, after the introduction, have the freedom to book a time slot, and by their own or in groups, they can develop their images. Here. Okay, yes, we also organize portfolio reviews. For example, okay, this was the talk before, and then afterwards, Giovanna Cavenzi and Giovanna Silva offered portfolio reviews. And yes, as a way to bring Photo Forum to the community, we organized some photographic flea markets, and also, for example, a bus trip to the Italian photo festival Fotografia Europea in Reggio Emilia. And where in these days people can get exposed to photography outside of Bolzano, and it's also another way to get closer and each other and to help grow the local community of photographers and people who are interested in photography. Sorry. Yes, this is the most recent activity at Photo Forum. Claudia Corrent launched a call to children and kids and teenagers here in Italy to document their lockdown in March of this year. And the results were shown in an online exhibition, and we published a little limited edition of these works with the title, you can see it, Kids Quarantine Pics, special exhibition of a special time by very, very special authors. Yes, I think we are at, yes, it's another. So, okay, here are some informations if you want to go deeper in the in our activity. And maybe I can come back now here. Okay, yes. So you can see over the years we have tried to expand our activities in education that is parallel to the exhibition activity. And we like to offer different experiences and to try various formats that will help the photography community grow from the little one to the big one. And yes, they can learn new skills and come together. I hope that I could transmit how Photo Forum was transformed in the last 8 years and how collaborating with different people and realities has made its activity expand. As you can see, on the one hand, there were a lot of coincidences necessary to enlarge an exhibition space to elaborately. On the other hand, it seems like it was meant to be, and we just caught the moments and opportunities that when they were presented to us. And I can see you, Steve, now, so I'm going to the end. Yes, regarding to the topic of this conference now, I think that Photo Forum reflects an informal visual and educational place. It's very basic and free in its organization. It's open to everyone, and we are also always open to respond to the desires and ideas from outside. And at this point, I just want to send my warmest regards, greetings to the team of Photo Forum and also Waystation and everyone who has been part of the universe of Photo Forum, because it's just for them. There are a lot of people here in this room now. So thanks again for invitation, and have a nice day, morning, evening, wherever you are.
Well, thank you very much, Katarina. Don't leave us now, because we are soon going to start our question and answer time, and I have a few more questions for you. But before that, let me say thank you for your contribution. You have recalled the importance at the very start of your intervention about interpersonal relationship, and this was following the contribution of Jackie, who was also talking about empathy. And then you told us about this unique, incredible experience of Photo Forum that tells us about how opportunities can also come from non-institutional realities. And this, for us, was very important, as actually this one's main topic of this year's conference. And I think the commitment in recent years of Photo Forum has offered an opportunity to approach international photographers that are rarely seen in Italy. And alongside this, you have built fabulous with your incredible team, and I'd like to mention Claudia as well, opportunities for education and visual maturation of the people who follow in your activities with disregard of age, gender, race, any type. So it's an incredible experience, and I'm glad you shared this experience with us today. So now the program reserves a brief question and answer time. So I invite you all to turn on your cameras. I have received a few questions from backstage. So I'll go through them with no particular order, right? So there was a general question here, so that I addressed to everyone, and is related to the need. I mean, this also was part of my intervention this morning, about the fact that there's a growing need to introduce in school curricula entrepreneurial skills. Right? We talk about how hard it is for artists and photographers to find their way and to find an audience, and this is becoming more and more competitive out there, as Rudy has well said. You know, it's all of us can grab a camera and take pictures today. So, or even not a camera, you know, even with a smartphone and so on. So it's becoming more and more easy to produce pictures and images. So this makes life more complicated, even for the most motivated artists and photographers. So how, especially for you that are dealing with education in different forms, how do you feel about this issue, about giving more entrepreneurial skills to your talent, your students, your followers? And actually, what else is the best way to convey this type of information? Because, yeah.
I can tell something about the perspective from an institute, of course, as Photodog, because we have also noticed that a lot of people graduating from art academies had the need to develop themselves as entrepreneurs, and to also get to know a bit more about funding, about presenting yourself, also commercial maybe, and how they can relate to experts in the field. So that's why we started the Lighthouse program, and in which we offer a lot of masterclasses and connect them to the network, and also take them within the Lighthouse program, the ideas that they develop new projects, proposals. But the visual part is what they have learned on the academy. So what we are providing is to actually help them to connect them to funds, to actually write a proposal, because what we normally see is that visually, of course, they're very strong, but textually that it's a challenge. So we can help them to organize their thoughts, their ideas, their dreams, and to make sure that it's on paper, written, the visual aspect is added, but that they also have the ability to develop themselves by getting funding, maybe through crowdfunding, or other ways to actually make money to keep making these important projects. So I see that there is a huge need. Like, for instance, a very clear example is like last edition for Lighthouse, that was the 2019 edition. We ended the Lighthouse program with money. So one of them actually won the Lighthouse program. We considered them all winners, but we chose two projects actually that we actually gave funding to. But then we got feedback from them, and they said, well, we think Lighthouse is more important as a community and as a place to develop ourselves, instead of giving one or two people additional funding. So they actually appreciated the content much more, and the connection and the network much more than they did receiving the money. So we took out that aspect to individually give money, and we have now decided in the 2020 edition to give that money to the group as a collective, so they can use that money to present themselves as a group, maybe through an exhibition or to do a lecture or to do whatever. But we noticed that that was something, that the need for their personal development in regards to entrepreneurship is huge, and maybe also missing in art academies. How is that for others? Do you also see that in your communities?
Can I say something? You hear me? Yeah.
Yes, we do.
I can only talk about fine art photography, so I cannot talk about commercial or other type of photographer. And for fine art photographer, it's extremely difficult to be seen by people, because as Steve says, the problem is that too many people make too many pictures, and gallery have limited time, and they, I know most of the gallery here in LA or also in other parts of the US and in the world, they don't basically even take the time to look at new photographer. So how can, and I am an entrepreneur, not in photography, by another part. And when I look at, if I am a photographer, fine art photographer, I really think that it's very hard. But there must be some way to overcome this, because there are young people that they end up to be in good gallery. So first of all, they have to understand they have to have a gallery. This is my point of view, okay? Maybe I'm completely wrong, but as a collector, I look at other new people, new work on fair and gallery, and an auction, naturally. By an auction, the one at an auction are already established anyway, so there is no problem from that point of view. But from the point of view of the young guys, how can you get seen by the gallery? Maybe there is a way that maybe you go through the collector. If you approach the collector, then the collector can open the door for you of the gallery. That is one thing. Or maybe you are lucky enough to be able to be seen by a good gallery. And at that point, the gallery want to see a photographer that has some history and some modus operandi that is not a fly-by-night, basically. If they invest money on you, they want to know that you are there for sure. This is your job, this is your life, this is your media, this is what you do. And they want to see work after work, because if they invest on you, they cannot say, okay, what you did last year is I went to Hawaii and surfing. Forget about it. They really need somebody who is there, and this is what they take it serious, because if they invest on you, they want to have return and they want to have work. So the first thing for them is to show a portfolio that is professional, done, and then they have some continuity for the future. But having said that, or maybe all you guys can put together help for the young artist. I can only do as a collector, I can see them and maybe guide them. Let's assume a good photographer come to me and say, I cannot find the gallery, but I love his work, then I can go to the gallery and say, look at this guy. And they listen just because I am one of your client or their client. Not they listen to me because I'm so great, but I am the guy who buy picture from them. So they are basically forced to listen. And then they look at, and they buy or not buy. This is the other thing. But when they expose to them, they really have to be on top. As a portfolio reviewer, I am amazed of how many good work there is around, and they cannot ever make it. if I compare to soccer, because I am a soccer coach too, I am amazed to see in a field how many good players, and they never make even to division third. Okay, so it's extremely tough. But if you are consistent, I think you can do it. I think maybe a forum like this can help them in some way to find idea or not to what you say and others. So I don't know,
Rudy, can I ask Jackie to step in this moment of conversation, because she's actually she's been an instructor and educator as well, but she's also an artist, and so she maybe she's on the other side, and maybe I think her voice now is important to be heard.
It's so funny. I think you're reading my mind, because I'm approaching this in hearing Rudy speak in like a multitude of ways. One of which is that when I was going to college, I learned from professors that were either photojournalists or fine artists, and neither of them or any of them taught us how to find a gallery or get found, or what it's like to reach out to collectors or sell your work or to accumulate work. It was interesting because I left the institution, and then I felt that my first step was I was going to be a photo assistant. And even when I went to the commercial world, I had no knowledge of how to put together a bill, where I can make a fair living. So fast forward, I'm a fine artist, and I have like an encyclopedic knowledge of photography after 25 years, and I have a large history, and my work is viewed all over the place, and I teach now. And so I teach fine artists, and I teach people who think they're going to be a fashion photographer tomorrow, like literally tomorrow. And the business of the art world became abundantly apparent when I was working at the Met. And in thinking about collectors, I had never thought of artwork as an asset. And because if you come from meager means, assets that word doesn't even float in your mind. An asset, for all who are listening, an asset to a collector is like owning stock. And it's something that's supposed to accumulate value over years. And therefore, your artwork, and this is why Rudy was talking about having a history, having a provenance, it has to have meaning that it's going to be worth something 20 years from now. And the only way that can happen is if you have a large amount of work that led to that moment of being collected, and then have an additional work beyond that. And so that's one thing that was a complete mystery to me until I was literally working with curators at the Met and understood that our philanthropists were working with the Met with their assets. So conversely, for those photographers that want to be commercial, you have to get your business in order. You have to understand the actual money you need to live, because this is one thing that I find really discouraging is that photographers will graduate from their programs, and like I said, they will think they'll be a fashion photographer tomorrow, but charge $200 for a catalog shoot. And that is not going to sustain you. No way, no how. You have, like for the United States, think about this. This is in the news every day. You have to pay your health insurance, your rent. And let's introduce the fact that there's a pandemic. These are the things that I'm actively talking to my students about today, now, pronto. So it's interesting because back to Lisa Ann, it's like, you have to encourage the growth of their artistic vision without dampering it with the realities of how you're going to reach your audience. And then just the first goal has to be that you have to make a living. So there we are.
So, well, thanks a lot, Jackie. That's I think that your counter voice is very important in this short debate we are running. Now, Klaus, I was wondering. Jackie just sent a provocation saying, "Yeah, well, when I was at school, nobody ever told us about this type of situation." So, what's the situation now in PCA? Can you bring your educational perspective in?
So I do actually have a lot to say with what Rudy said. We're inspirational about mentorship, and I agree with what Jackie said, because when I was at school, I mean, now of course I'm the head of the photo department and the associate dean of graduate studies. When I entered my position, my first thing to do was to review the curriculum and put all the things I never had as a photographer. And this is what I've been trying to do. And I guess that, I mean, you and Lisanne, actually, you're my faculty as well, and on top of other hats. And what I actually invited you to PCA is because of that expertise. Because I believe that, most of the graduate students, graduating is a scary time. And I always tell them from day one, for all the MFA students, I tell them, like, don't wait until you get your degree to start thinking about the future. You need to start thinking now. And this is actually what is the great job that you've been doing for the past couple of years, is that you teach the students how to make money, even in how to look for those opportunities. And what I like is I don't like to bring only faculty that have some concepts and technical skills. All the faculty that I have put together over this 6 years now, I'm thinking, for example, about Emilia Guenardi. She actually created the approach art fair in Paris. Also Mathilde Biondi, who was, she worked at Polka for many years at Polka Gallery. So it's all these people that they do have a lot of jobs outside school. And this is what I want my students to have access to those professionals, and they know these professionals before they get the degree, because the degree is just a piece of paper. Of course, you have the degree, but if you waited 2 years to really start thinking about getting that consult, that expertise, that encouragement, that motivation, I prefer that they get them under my supervision somehow. I mean, you are, Steve and Lisanne, of course, you're people that I admire and I trust. And this is what actually we work together, is because I believe that your expertise is unique. And no, I mean, I don't have any other faculty at the moment that could bring that to them. And the other faculty bring other skills. So I see it as a whole. And I think it's that, the question I had for Rudy was that, I mean, shall we then maybe add to the curriculum the role of a mentor in the art, the fine art, and the photography departments, and maybe design departments, have a mentor that is connected with the world. And I think, of course, your role as a curator is crucial and essential, because you're going to be the one buying their work, I hope, in the future. And so, but you having that, maybe that mentorship, I think it's a great step. And as Jackie said, I think, yeah, it's you adding to your own future. Because I don't think that when you have your portfolio done after, and of course, when you're not at school and you don't have those connections anymore, that's never going to happen. I mean, you could send a lot of emails. I mean, myself, I'm a photographer, and I tried. I went to the galleries, 20 years ago with my book, and they were like, thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. I mean, it's like, okay, I'm wasting my time. And I guess that bringing these people, these professionals, as part of their education, this is a clever move to do right now. And I guess the great work that, for example, Urbanatica is doing, Photodoc is doing, Photo in South Africa as well. And also, I guess that Photo Forum and ECC, I mean, you're doing a great job, because you're really preparing these people and you're giving them the skills that we don't have yet in the curriculum. And they complement the curriculum from the academic perspective that I'm talking from.
This is very interesting. And I guess also, I will just then pass on to the next question, because we're just sticking to the first one, which is a very good one, because we're talking a lot about it. But John, if I can invite you to bring your perspective in this regard. Class made me wonder about the fact that there are new skills needed, but at the same time, we talked yesterday and today about the differences between countries. There is still some local differences. So I'm wondering, how can we also take into consideration the local issues? And as you are active in a continent, in a country which is actually different from ours, which is the whole continent. What could you say about this?
Well, I think that there's so much to think about the role and nature of photography in each different space. There might be even changes between larger cities and smaller towns. And so we need to start to think around photography as a communication medium on a very basic level. And how is it perceived to have an exhibition of contemporary photography work at a small gallery in a small town versus in a larger city, and how it communicates, I think, to different audiences. I'm always quite amazed about the possibility that photography holds, that it can actually push itself out and connect to these different communities. So as a medium, it's probably one of the very few mediums that really has got that possibility, because public also widely use photography. But at the end of the day, photographers can only exist when there are sales, when there are transactions. And I think this is an ongoing struggle across the world, in particular, I think in spaces like South Africa and for the rest of the continent, where the amount of collectors are certainly very few. Even though there has been incredible gatherings like 154, which is an art fair in New York, London, and Marrakesh. There's ACA, also known as Africa in Paris, which is very important, extremely important, to build an awareness of photography elsewhere, of photography from Africa. The problem, however, with that is that it's often a one-way direction. In other words, it's consumed by international buyers and collectors, and that it doesn't necessarily reach the audiences from where it originates from. So you often find that photographers become very famous when they are hardly known in their own countries. And I think some of those questions also come up. But then there's also the question around local issues, as you've mentioned. And I think that the absolute important issue is like, how do we break into those areas? And I do think South Africa and many other countries on the continent have done quite well in starting with those conversations. I'm thinking, for instance, how an artist, Moholi, who is a very, very important international artist, have been able to, through different kinds of exhibitions, different kinds of interventions, collate or show her work to audiences that really need to see it over here. And through that, tackle incredibly important issues. So her work that deals with LGBTI issues, in particular lesbian communities, is widely known in South Africa, and it has made incredible inroads for a lot of organizations, for a lot of NGOs that work on issues like that to bring legitimacy. So I think it's very similar to what Rudy had mentioned. So if there's a legitimacy, if there is somebody that that speaks on behalf of you, doors open. And so photographers speak on behalf of communities. And you know, I think that opens the space for photographers then to come in and to start off thinking about you know, what they can do also for communities, even if they don't make money and survive out of it. They might open questions, discussions that are very important for communities. And I'm very sorry on that note that I also will have to leave quite soon because I'm starting a presentation tonight in Maputo. So just to say thank you very much for everybody. It was an amazing 2 days. Thank you.
So thank you very much, John. Your contribution was, as usual, very precious, and we look forward to meet soon. So I have a few more questions here for you. One actually is related to the previous one. So we've been arguing about the fact that somehow artists and photographers have the need to build their own market. But also we talk about how difficult it is to reach this market. So this question is leading to the next one, actually, who was addressed to Lucia. and the question was about basically, as artists need to sustain themselves and then find a market, then so do the private institution need to somehow, you know, finding their own market and sustain their activities. So this person was curious to see what are the strategies, what are the tools that you need to sustain your own activities. Then, because this take us back to the artist issue, and then through your work, maybe you can help artists to find money to do the things you do in Venice, for instance.
Sure. So thank you for the question. You know, like what ECC does in Venice, creating the exhibitions and the programs, is not supported financially from public institutions or nothing like that. So we make a lot of efforts into fundraising, and we do that together with the participants. So it's definitely like a need from the participant, being an individual artist or a gallery or architecture studio, to have access to financial resources in order to support their activities, the promotion of their work, the exhibition of their works, etc. So we in the team work together with artists many times to apply for grants. So, and we face several times this difficulty in understanding, not understanding how to do, but in collecting the documents or the information required to apply for these funds. So this is a thing that we do again as tools to support their career. We help them in applying for grants. We help them in interacting with private sponsors. We help them, you know, also with public institutions. But through the artists, we do that. And just to go back also to the question that was discussed earlier, you know, I think I'm part of the previous step when I was trained as an art manager. And they were training us in the master, saying that the artists today are very, it's difficult for them to find resources and to understand how to make the step from school to the market, let's say, to support themselves. So we have been trained to be that in-between person to, let's say, fill the gaps that were needed for the artists. So I found very interesting to listen to the previous conversation also about that. But yes, again, we have to face a situation where not only on the individual level, but also on the institutional level, it's not easy, and you need to find strategies how to find support. And we do most of it through private sponsorships. We cannot hear you, Steve. Sorry.
I'm sorry. This mute and mute things is a bit annoying after a while. But what you just said, Lucia, actually invites me to think actually what we are trying to teach with Lisanne at the present course at the Paris College of Arts. We are actually running a seminar course about helping students to prepare a grant proposal. So I guess, Lisanne, it would be interesting to hear your voice with this regard, not just about the seminar, but the fact that probably we need to help our audience, not just students, but artists and photographers, to see that probably there is a bigger audience than they think. This is not just about people who are interested in photography, maybe. What do you think?
No, I agree. Yeah, I think what you see happening with photography in general is that it's democratizing. So we see that a lot of people use the photograph and create photographs every day. But at the same time, you also see that the market is also therefore changing. The public is changing. The people who you create it for is more open. So you have, as a photographer, you have the opportunity to actually reach out to organizations, partners who are not related to photography, because I think what is, I think that's also one of Photodoc's points of interest, is how can we make sure that work created by artists is not only bought by artists, but is bought by organizations, companies that have not a photography related interest, but a thematically interest. So for instance, we had a photographer, we had an exhibition about the future of work, a lot of different photographers, different perspectives. And then there was a company who hosted a conference, and we as an institution were invited to actually host and present these artists. And we bought 50 books from one artist, so that artist could actually make more money, not only by the money that we as an institution gave them to present their work, but also by giving a presentation, by selling 50 books, by making sure that these books are seen and these works are seen by people who actually are talking about the future of work every day and are trying to make a change within their own organizations. And I think that is where the future is. So we as an institution have a responsibility to make as much connections as we can during an exhibition or during a presentation or whatever we organize. But at the same time, I also see that there are a lot of artists who are trying to do this themselves by using crowdfunding. I worked for a crowdfunding platform, and I see that crowdfunding is not only helping to create a budget for your project, but it's actually creating a community who will keep stimulating and who will keep supporting you as an artist. So I really like that idea of building this community to help you throughout your career to reach a broader audience, to help you get funding, that maybe if every person just gives you 10 or 20 or 50 euros, then a community of hundreds of people can really make a change. And that's what I really like. So what I appreciate is that it's the traditional boundaries of the art market or the art world or the ecosystem I was also talking about during my lecture is now expanding. So I think there is a world open to reach, and the only thing that we need to do and that we can help with as institutions and experts is to make sure that these artists are connected to these organizations and that we make sure that we create good connections between them.
Definitely, this is a very hopeful perspective, and I must say that it's very true, and I've experienced it with my publishing house, where we managed through these platforms to finance the production of books. And I did at least 7 books through crowdfunding platforms. So I totally agree with you, Lisanne. This is an expanding opportunity and it's up really to us to share with the students and artists this incredible, let's say, opportunity out there.
I also see that a lot of funds find it interesting when you do crowdfunding. So they will give you, they are easier to give you money because they know that you are putting in the effort yourself, and you're also very determined to create a project. So I think it goes both ways. Yeah.
Yeah, true. And I have a specific example that from my experience, that especially funds and private funders are more eager to support the crowdfunding when it's made by the artist rather than the organization supporting the artist as a publishing house. I have a last question, and I would like to get involved, Katharina, on this. There was someone asking about the importance of mentorship. And this is a term that was used in some of our contributions. And I was wondering, Katharina, if in your very broad activities and experiences you have with Photo Forum, do you also ever face the requests of people every age, so out of school, institutional school, of getting this type of support from Photo Forum, so a kind of mentorship, as also Rudy was explaining and describing?
Yes, big question. I'm not sure. I think Waystation, for example, is much more in this field, empowering and giving support. And with Waystation, we are doing this. I would like to, I'm a bit overwhelmed of what we are talking about, because it's so much, and my brain is just taking. And yes, but at Photo Forum, we are obviously always available to do this, to be a kind of a mentor and everything. Sure. I think in this case, it's maybe we do this. We give empowerment towards the big exhibitions, the choice of the artists we bring to us. So this is, we are not a commercial gallery, so we are in the lucky, sometimes too lucky situation to be to have public funding. So we can follow our idea of photography and what is worth, and towards these choices we can help photographers to emerge. But yes, I'm a bit confused now, because it's related also to my work as a counselor, and where I do this for other curators, not just for photographers.
Understand. And well, before
Woody asked a question, Steve. I saw him,
okay, sorry,
raising his hand.
Yeah, exactly.
I just don't want to leave you guys with a negative impulse to say it's very difficult to sell pictures. Yes, it is difficult, but I see the future in a different way also for photographer like Jackie, or like Jackie said, and Klaus and everybody. I think now there are more people that like the millennial, for example, that I really don't like it so much, this term, but there are more people that they have some money, and I'm sorry if I talk money, that should be, art and money should be different, but unfortunately this is life. Okay, so we have to eat and everything. Collector, like Jackie said, buy photographs for two reasons, one or three. One, they love it. Then second, they think it's an investment, right or wrong, but they think it's an investment and they like stock. And fourth is ego, is become elitist, because you in the 80s you want to have the Ferrari, or in 90s you want to have a Patek Philippe, and now you want to diversify yourself. Okay, and this is if you don't know me, they say this guy is an idiot or is full of shit to talk about money like this. But unfortunately, I tell you the truth, it's an elitist thing. So to have a collection, you diversify yourself to the people who want to, they're still there and buy the car, or still there to buy the watch, or whatever it is, okay? Or the big vacation, big house. You enter the house of a collector, the collector is already at a higher level, you understand? Because, so when I show my little collection, and I'm not a collector of modern art, when I show my little collection, people get inspired, people who have some money, and there are a lot of people, and they start to say, oh, maybe, and they're not gonna go and buy a paint for $500,000, $400,000. They buy a picture. They start with a picture because, first of all, the picture is easier to understand, right, than a paint. And I understand there is the problem of series. This is why you artists should be very careful on limited edition. Now you cannot say I have people that come to portfolio say, how many you want to do it? I'm going to print 50. So are you out of your mind? No collector will buy 50, an edition of 50, you understand? So you have to be careful on this. But what I say is, it's easier to a guy who has some money or has some taste and everything to get into photography much more than painting or sculpture, okay? So there is a hope. I think there is hope for the future. As long as there is money available, like there's money available for the stock, how sexy is to own stock? You're not gonna go to your girlfriend and say, look at how much stock I have in my portfolio. But if you bring a girlfriend, sorry if I talk about very, bourgeois talking, but what I say is, you bring a girlfriend and you impress her because you have some talent, and then this picture is this, you don't talk about much. But what I say is extremely positive, this for you guys or for the artist, because there is hope. There is a big market. There is a big market of people who want to invest in a different way or invest or so.
Rudy,
with a positive note.
Can I just follow up your thought and asking, do you think it will make sense to introduce education, what is to become an art collector in curriculums then?
Unfortunately, it's very elitist and very, this is what it says, art collector, how many people can become an art collector? But maybe rephrased in a different way, yes. Art collector, when you think, this is why I don't like to be a collector, because I'm not really a collector. I follow the passion that, because again, like I said, I did not have a guts like you guys to become an artist, so I become a collector, okay? But to become an art collector right away, to say, how can I be an art collector? An art collector right away, you think about Eli Broad or whatever it is, and then I'm never gonna be there. Maybe in some way, how can, I don't know, you rephrase it better than me, how can I put something meaningful on my wall instead of a stupid poster or something like this, or some idiotic things? I put something meaningful that mean to me. And maybe I spend $1,000 for a new artist, and maybe I'm so lucky. For example, I was lucky. Alex Prager, I saw her first exhibition that she ever did in her life, okay? And I was the first buyer at the gallery that was not very good. And I was an idiot because I should buy all the show because it was not expensive at all. Okay, so I bought one of the icon of her, big, for $2,500. Okay, so this is I'm not telling you all the other photographs that I bought it for 10,000, now are worth 1,000, nothing. But I tell you, people like to tell you what they bought good and they become very high. So what I say is, it's also very ego-oriented, all the stuff, so that you can, maybe the collector says, I buy something, or the guy says, I buy something that's worth nothing, but maybe one day it's gonna be good. You understand? And maybe they enjoy, but beside that one, you have some, I wake up in the morning with picture all over my wall, and every morning I connect with someone. And if I have a stupid poster, if I have something idiotic that I don't know what it is, how good is that? But I have a photograph, but maybe I connected with the artist because I love what she said or what he said when he introduced it to me. Or maybe it reminds me, I have a building that is one artist in Italy, 1950, did a picture. It was the factory of my grandfather. And I just find it by luck, okay? It was a good artist. And every morning I wake up and look at this. Or I wake up and see Cartier-Bresson kissing a famous kiss, or whatever. And it's something that enhances your life. And it doesn't have to be Cartier-Bresson, but can be any young artist, any difficult, because maybe you're related with this person, maybe you did something good for them, and you feel good because it says, I helped this person. This person is in my collection, whatever it is, or it's just on my wall and inspire me every day. So I think this is important, like you said, maybe to introduce the idea of collecting not because of money. Yes, there is, unfortunately, the money part of it, okay? But maybe you stretch both. It's collecting because your passion, because you love to be surrounded by something meaningful to you. And then it changed. What I bought maybe 20 years ago, I never even look at, but it changes as you change and then help you to grow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Am I talking too much? Sorry, guys.
No. Rudy, I think I have to be very grateful to ECC for having invited you on this afternoon panel, because at the end, having this different perspective coming in, I think it has enriched our argument, our debate. So, well, now, if you
I am really to be around you guys, so call me, because I really like to be around people that have passion.
So if you have no other things to add, I will just now say a conclusion. I guess these have been 2 very intense days, and all the participant panelists have been very generous with us, and with us, I mean the Blurring the Line team and project. I feel we have received many perspective, provocation, thoughts that have informed the theme that we have chosen for this conference. And I hope we have given our audience, followers, an opportunity to deepen and reflect on the relationship between photography and education. This is our mission at Blurring the Lines, and we are trying to do our best with it. Now, for the team of Blurring the Lines starts a new phase, which deals with the elaboration of the materials collected in these 2 days. And we wish to, of course, elaborate a new edition of the conference proceeding as we did last year. This will take some time, of course, but we look forward to have it done and share it as we did with the previous edition on the platform of academia. And of course, I also invite you to follow our next activities. Lisanne have introduced the next step of the takeoff program, which will happen in January. So keep in touch with us if you're interested. And let me say thank you to all the graduate students, now young professionals, who contributed yesterday with their experience to 5 panels and the topic we had chosen. It was so exciting to see so many young talents matching together in a single day from all over the world. This is really give us a lot of enthusiasm and positive energy. I have a special news for you all. I'm actually working hard to have the new website of Blurring the Lines in place by the end of the year. And we want to have a new image for the website at the level of the quality of our big effort. And so if I forgot to say thank you to everybody, please forgive me. Thank you, Lucia. Thank all the amazing staff, ACC, Elena, Berenice. Thank you, Timur, for running this technological mess. Very difficult, very complicated. I think it was a test for all of us, but very exciting. And I think we have learned something. And thank you, Katarina. Thank you, Rudy. Thank you, Lisanne. And if you want to say greetings, this is the moment. Otherwise, Timur will end up the connection in a few seconds. All right? Thank you.
Ciao.
Ciao. Thank you so much.
Ciao, Elena.
Ciao. Ciao. Thank you all for being part of the conference.
Thank you very much.
Ciao. Bye. See you.